Everybody, welcome. Good evening. I hope everybody is safe. We're thinking about all the folks affected by fire today to our west and holding them in safety and in our hearts. I'm going to call the special meeting of the Nevada City Council and Planning Commission to order. Today is Wednesday, August 12th, 2026, and it is 5 p.m. I'm going to ask if my colleague Amy Cobden might read the Nisenan land recognition.
I would like to, yes. We acknowledge that the Nisenan people are still here among us today, though nearly invisible. We understand that we are on Nisenan land that was never ceded, and the original tribal families have yet to recover from the near genocide of their people. As a resident or visitor in the Nisenan land, we support the Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan tribe in efforts to stabilize their people, as well as their campaign to restore federal recognition.
Thank you, Commissioner Cobden. Commissioner Nye, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioners. As you notice, we have a lot of folks sitting at the table today. I want to say regretfully, Commissioner Rod Brown will not be with us this evening. I heard he's in a really beautiful place doing a super cool thing. And so before we get on with the business of tonight, discussing our housing element, is there any public comment?
You do a roll call.
Oh, first we're going to do a roll call. Let's do that.
Councilmember Sortland.
Present.
Councilmember Klein.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Vice Mayor Peterson.
Here.
Mayor Fernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Simmons.
Here.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Nye.
Here.
Vice Chair Cobden.
Here.
And Chair Brown is absent.
Excellent. Commissioner French, is this your first meeting or second?
Second.
Second. Well, welcome back. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to take public comment, and we're going to take public comment on the agenda item this evening. So is there any public comment on the agenda item this evening? All right, let's get started. First order of business, first and only order of business, the 7th cycle housing element update joint study session of the City Council and Planning Commission, excuse me. I'm going to pass it over to our Planning Director, Jessica Hankins, to get us started.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Chair, and council members and planning commissioners. Again, Jessica Hankins, I'm your city planner. And what we are doing tonight is talking about our 7th cycle housing element update and giving a general overview. What it's going to look like is a general overview first for the folks here in attendance who might not know what it is, but we'll move through that fairly quickly and try to get into more of the meat of the discussion. I really would like to get some direction from the commission and the council on some pretty important items that our consultant is going to review with you here. And if you don't mind, I might even just jump in while we're having our conversation, because this will look a lot more like a conversation than just us telling you things. Okay, so I'd like to introduce our consultant from Mintier Harnish, Ryan Lester.
Do I need to hit this? Yes. All right. Thank you for having me today. My name is Ryan Lester. I'm a project manager with Mintier Harnish, and I'm the consultant team lead for the housing element. You want to pull up the PowerPoint?
We're sharing, and now we're not sharing. Okay. Here, I'm going to give you, would you like the
Sure.
amount?
Okay. Thank you. so sorry about that. Once again, we're here to talk about the housing element update. This is our first meeting. We've already had a community workshop, but usually at this first meeting, it's just a lot about what the project is, what the housing element is, what the requirements are. As Jessica mentioned, we want to get some good feedback from you. So I will go through some of that routine stuff, what a housing element is, why we're doing it. But then really we want to focus on the questions that we have for you. Hopefully we haven't created too much content. We'll try to get through it quickly, but we definitely want to get your opinion on a number of items. So our agenda today, we'll talk about housing element basics, housing needs and concerns. That's really the topic for today. And we'll follow that by talking about some zoning constraints that we identified early on, and then some potential solutions and getting your opinions on some of those. Okay, so housing element basics. Can you make that full screen? So first of all, what is a housing element? Well, housing element is the city's action plan for housing. It's a general plan element, but unlike the other general plan elements, the housing element has to be adopted and updated on a strict schedule set by the state, so every 8 years. So we're currently planning for 2027 to 2035. Another interesting thing about the housing element is that the state sets goals for housing elements. So each jurisdiction gets assigned a number of housing units that they have to, in their housing element, show that they have enough areas zoned for residential to meet that. It's called the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. We have it here, and it's split up by income categories. So the total need identified by the state that we need to provide zoning for is 424 units. And that includes 211 units that are considered lower income. So those would be sites appropriate to meet those lower income needs are higher density sites. So your R3 zone, basically. Anything that allows greater than 15 dwelling units an acre. So what is included in the housing element? The housing element first, there's a bunch of analyses that we do in order to inform the goals, policies, and programs, which really are the housing element. So there's an evaluation of your current housing element, how you're doing, how you did on your programs, and also what development you saw during the last 8 years. There's the housing needs assessment, and this is where we take the government data and analyze based on the data what the data is saying housing needs are. It's different than what we come to the community for, which is the on-the-ground kind of knowledge. The needs assessment really is just an assessment of the government data. There's a constraints analysis, and that's where we look at your general plan and your zoning code, and we look for potential barriers or obstacles, right, created in those documents. So, having like a super high setback might constrain the ability to develop on a property. That would be something we'd want to talk about. Then beyond that, we have to do the actual zoning exercise. This is called the housing resources section. It's called the sites inventory, where we literally have to point out the sites that are available for residential development to meet that regional housing needs allocation. And then finally, there's a fairly new section. It's a fair housing assessment. In 2019, the state passed AB 686 requiring this. It added all these new requirements onto the housing element. So what that section is looking both regionally, what are some of the differences between the city and other cities, as well as the county, but then also within the city, are there differences between neighborhoods or areas of the city that we want to discuss and maybe make some actions to address, right? And then beyond that, all of those sections are really just to inform your action plan, your policy document, your goals, policies, and programs to meet those housing needs. The general steps look like this. First thing we want to do is engage the community, right? You want to go out in the community, get whatever input you can from local residents, developers, folks that represent special needs, households, et cetera. And then, as well as with the government data, then we draft the element. The element has to be posted for public review then for 30 days. And then any comments we receive, we have to directly respond to and incorporate changes to the element. We have to take 10 business days to do that. It's required by the state. And then we submit it to the state, and the state gets 90 days to go through it, every word. And they will. They go through absolutely every word. They usually assign a main reviewer and then a secondary reviewer who also goes through it. And they tell you all the things that they feel are compliance issues with state law. You then have to, you get a letter, a comment letter, and you have to address every single one of those comments. Once you do, then you can adopt the element and resubmit it to the state to have them check your changes, basically. They get 60 days for that second check, and if they have any more comments, which happens, right, then they give you comments and you have to make those revisions and resubmit it for another 60 days. It can be a bit of a cycle. In the sixth cycle, the previous housing element cycle, HCD staff was telling cities and counties to expect 3 to 5 reviews. So it's pretty intense. I will say, though, that my last 3 housing elements were all approved in the very first 90 days. So we do a good job of staying ahead of their comments and trying to. So it is difficult, but the first letter is always a ton of comments. So our engagement that we have planned for this, the first thing, the main thing is we have a project website that we've set up. We really want that to be the central hub for all the information about the housing element, where folks can find notifications, documents, et cetera, as well as just information to inform them. We're also developing newsletters. There's one out already that kind of gives people an overview of what the housing element is. And we'll do one when the draft is released to the public to give people the context they need to be able to review the housing element. We have 2 community workshops planned. One we've already facilitated, and throughout the presentation, I'll talk a little bit about what we heard at the first workshop. 2 surveys as well. One is up currently. I will say we checked how many people have done the survey. 327 people have already taken the survey. So
How long has it been out?
3 weeks,
And
3.5 weeks.
Does it prevent people from taking it multiple times?
It's supposed to, yes. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, that's significant. That's a significant response. We have had one person email us and say, hey, I had a problem. It says I already submitted and I haven't. This is my first submit, and it probably just went twice. So so it is supposed to not allow you to do more than one. And then stakeholder interviews will be starting that next week. So that's when we reach out to developers, folks who represent special needs households, seniors, et cetera, just to have some one-on-one conversations and get a little more in-depth information. And then finally, public meetings like tonight with the Planning Commission and City Council. All right, so with all that, the first section of the housing element that we process is the needs assessment. And this is where we look at the data and see just looking at population and demographics. So I have a couple data points here just to help get the conversation going before we ask the first question. But when we look at population trends, so from 2000 to 2025, the city gained 173 people based on the data, so not a lot of population growth. The median age in the city is 52.8 years old, which is similar but slightly higher than Grass Valley, but significantly higher than the state. And then looking at ownership versus renter households in the city, about 54% own their homes, which is again significantly higher than Grass Valley, but actually just slightly lower than California.
Quick question, is this is absolute, like, how accurate is this information? Is this based off of self-report, or is this
This is American Community Survey data from the U.S. Census. Yeah.
survey data? Okay.
Yeah, so this is 2024 5-year estimates.
Okay.
So, all right, and then looking at income, the median income in the city is $75,792 as of 2024 ACS data, which is higher than Grass Valley, slightly higher than Colfax, but lower than Auburn, the Nevada County, and California. And then Truckee is the outlier there with a really high median income. When we look at persons per household, Nevada City is fairly low, so 2.3 persons per household. less than Grass Valley and significantly less than the state, where it's 2.8 persons per household. And then median housing value. So the housing value is fairly high in Nevada City. So 677,400, again, higher than Grass Valley, but lower than California. Okay. So then looking at your housing stock, what we see is that 74% of your housing stock in the city is single unit detached structures. You have about 10% of the housing stock is in structures with 3 or 4 units, so that's actually fairly significant. And you have about 6% with, duplexes or 2-unit structures. When you look at vacancies, housing vacancies, though, the city has an extremely high housing vacancies. So 18.8% of the housing stock is currently listed as vacant, and that includes vacant for seasonal or vacational use. Grass Valley, 7%, and in California, 7.5%. So significantly higher. Short-term rentals would be included in that vacancy total. And then one of the things that I looked at was, when did folks move into their current housing? So over 25%, it looks like 26.7% of households moved into their home between 2020 and 2024. So that's also significant.
It doesn't mean that they're moving from elsewhere, though.
So at the workshop, we talked about the housing data, and then we asked folks what they think is most needed in Nevada City. This was a poster exercise, and we asked folks to just select like their top 3. And a number of people did the exercise. What we saw was that the highest category getting votes was smaller, more affordable units and starter homes, that got 11 votes. Housing affordable to the local workforce, right, to folks who work locally. Duplex, triplexes, and fourplexes also got a significant number of votes, as well as fewer vacation homes and short-term rentals. A number of people voted for that as well. So looking at this list and thinking about your own experience, what do you feel, what housing types do you feel are most needed in the city? I'd like to open it up for discussion.
Okay, council and commissioners, please feel free to jump in. You have a thought you want to share?
I'll jump in. It seems to me that that workforce housing, if that's what we want to prioritize, it's hard to be able to afford to live here, is I think by definition rentals. And you're the expert and everything, but currently a 2-bedroom housing unit costs per month 50% less as a rental than as a purchase. And as a long time not so solidly housed person, my whole life basically, I've been a renter, and I'm sure that's the case for people who work at stores, restaurants, et cetera, around here, do practically anything around here. And when housing is discussed, it's very often about units for sale, and developers and investors in developments really like those because they get their money out now in terms of sales. Rental units remain stably affordable because they're not subject to value increases. So when a person moves out of a rental, the rent goes up by a legally allowed amount, and the market won't bear much more for, say, a 1 or 2 bedroom rental unit of some kind, whereas an affordable condominium, small, $300,000-$400,000 if you're lucky, that will appreciate in value greatly if that changes hands, and that's great for the owner in terms of accruing wealth, but for the next tenant, it's now less affordable. So I think it would be great if in this housing element we could find ways to prioritize, if we're all in agreement on this priority, in encouraging the development of rental units. Okay. And maybe even identifying developers of rental
Agreed. I think that's
And,
definitely.
and they have to be gone out and sought, I think, because they're not coming.
do.
Yeah. So
They're
that's,
not coming here.
Who else? Yeah.
You mentioned over 70% of our housing here in Nevada City is single-family residents. Seems like we definitely need to look at more multifamily home options, duplexes, triplexes.
A couple of things.
Would you like to sit forward so people can hear you in the microphone, Vice Mayor?
Right here, sir.
Go ahead.
It's right here.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Doug, a couple of things. I was reviewing the highest best use for the courthouse. Doug and I were on that committee, and was looking at, when the courthouse goes away, what could be done there. And the sampling that was done there was pretty interesting. And I don't know if you've seen that report, but I encourage you to look it up. But it identified 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. I think the recommendation was townhouses because of the economics of buying and selling, building and selling. But it was real clear from the community that 1 and 2 bedroom apartments were very much identified as ideal for that location. Other piece is if I were a senior that wanted to downsize, I couldn't do it here. There's no place for me to go and stay within the city. So I wonder about that, because that's a way that housing turns over, becomes available, and all of that. But I'm not getting any younger. So anyway, I think that's a key critical piece. And then finally, the other one I would talk about is industrial conversion, which I think we've been hearing there's some interest in that in our community. Some people think it's cool to live in industrial lofts. I don't know. Maybe somebody would be cool to live in a boardroom. I'm not sure.
Do we have one?
We have spaces open. I mean, there is a lot of industrial space that's zoned that would prevent housing from being built there. And I'm not saying that it should be or could be, but I think it's a constraint that we might want to examine.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember.
Yes, when it comes to affordability, we've talked about a couple things. We've talked about rental, we've talked about multifamily. I think we have to attack that problem from every different angle that we can, because that's really one of the things we're dealing with here. We used to hang our hats on Cashin's Field. We can't do that anymore. We have to address those low and low income housing needs directly. And the only way that's going to be done is multifamily, rentals for sure. And then, duplexes, triplexes, and things like that. Infill development, if that's more affordable, to make that happen. But I think that's one of the things we, as a council, I don't want to speak for the council, but I think we're all in lockstep that that's one of the first things we need to address is the affordability issue. The rest will come.
To the extent that we
Let's
can.
hope.
What kinds of financial incentives are available to us that can give us some wiggle room in terms of subsidizing owners who are renting out their homes to make them low-income rentals?
Also,
And-
is this a portion of the presentation incentives?
Is that, sorry, am I
No,
jumping
that's
way
okay.
ahead?
I want to keep us on track and answer the question that was asked of us.
Yeah.
Not that I want to minimize, is that a portion? Will we be going over
Well, I can't answer
incentives?
that question, to be honest. That's outside of
Well, the answer is
what I
none.
do. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, so
Well,
as,
incentives fall under programs, right? Some of them do.
Yeah, but I'm not connected to what grants are out there right now currently and, that sort of thing.
that is my world, and that's why I'm entering into the conversation that way. When I think about if I wanted to move into a different place and rent out my house, I bought my house at an incredibly affordable rate, and yet were I to rent it out, I think the rent would make people gasp. If there was an incentive for me, like as someone who owns a home, wants to rent it out, but also needs to keep in mind all of the money that I need to save in case of an emergency, things add up. And if there were a way that we as a city could anticipate those needs across the board for all of the many people who own homes who want to make them affordable, because I think that there's a lot of that here and it's just very challenging, finding ways to help homeowners adjust the cost, and I know that those things do exist, at least at the county level, would be very helpful.
Yeah, I can jump in here a little bit. We're going over PLHA funding a little bit later tonight, but the county is a very good resource for some programs, including some rental assistance, but the Regional Housing Authority also deals with like the old Section 8, used to be called Section 8, assistance and other types of rental assistance.
And then I want to just bring it back because I think that what's clear to me here is that there is a lot of concern about affordable workforce and entry housing and senior housing. I think we do have one of the highest rate, I think, of seniors in the state. Is that, yeah. And it's an issue that we all need to be thinking about.
I'm still kind of staggered by that vacant housing units figure you gave, 18.8%.
I'm not.
I knew it was high. I didn't know it was that high, and that's crazy. How granular is your data on that? Do you know what size these houses are? Are you able to see how many of them are short-term rentals?
I
How
can
many are
break it
just
out by
empty?
type of vacancy, and that's about it. Yeah, so seasonal, up for sale, vacant, but someone's moving in, rented, but no one's moved in yet, that kind of thing. It
I think
breaks
we
it
would
down.
love to see that breakdown.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's super
And
interesting.
homeowners, too.
Like,
Yeah, vacation homes and second homes, or occasional use, they call it.
yeah.
So that will be in the needs assessment as well.
I'm very much in the mind that we're going to have to build, but at the same time, it sounds like there's an area there where we wouldn't have to build. We just need to make use of houses that exist and are empty. Agree with everyone. We need entry-level places to live, not necessarily homes, but apartments, so that people don't feel like they have to graduate high school and then immediately move away.
And short-term rentals, that's part of that 18.8, and you'll get that breakdown too?
Yeah, if it's rented full-time, like it's, the homeowner doesn't live there half the year, right?
And I don't want to get too granular on you for this, but my concern is owned vacant homes that are not rented, that are not used for short-term rental, that just, they're banked. And they're
Okay.
just sitting there. And didn't sound like you're going to hit that because there's nothing in transition. And it sounds like the list that you gave are ones that are in motion. Bought, sold, rented, moving in, moving out. But these are the number of simply vacant homes sitting around on our streets.
Yeah, we can get into the data, because there's also data on occupied units versus total units, and so we can look at the difference there as well.
Really like to know that.
Sure.
Anybody else that would like to weigh in on this? Answer the question, what kind of housing do you believe is needed?
I will. I agree with the previous comments. I think that workforce housing is really important in the city, and also the senior housing should be addressed.
I would like to say that I have a few thoughts. I think workforce is a little bit of a misnomer. I think people think a certain way when they hear workforce. Many people are part of the workforce, teachers, firefighters, law enforcement, as well as, baristas and shop owners and shop staff members and servers and people who work at nonprofits. And so not all of that is entry level housing necessarily, but what I am hearing, increased rental units and incentivizing building for rental units and multifamily and industrial conversion, senior living. To me, this is also all part of that missing middle. Councilmember Fleming said, duplexes, triplexes, townhouses, small apartments. This is all part of that area that I think is really important moving forward. Because we have to make room for people to have housing at different stages of their lives. and different income levels, right? And that's challenging. Right now, we don't have enough diversity stock for everybody here, diversity in housing stock. So just really emphasizing that missing middle for sure.
Here, here.
Anybody else before we move on?
I'd like to throw in just a little thing too, like, so our median income is what, 70? I wrote it down here. 75, right? And so I was surfing the web, you know, and to qualify for a $300,000 loan, so find a $300,000 unit. Your income to qualify for that loan needs to be between $80,000 and $100,000 a year. A $400,000 loan, that's, you know, below bottom tier, needs to be between 90 and 130. So there's a real disparity between what we can afford demographically versus, you know, and what things actually cost.
Certainly. Excellent.
And I will say, most of the jurisdictions I work with consider workforce housing to be not just the lower income, but also to include the whole moderate income, so up to 120% of the AMI, right? So you have moderate income households all over the city that would benefit from those.
And of course, that's median income. It's not, you know, everybody's housing income or everybody's income.
All right, so the next thing we talked about was barriers to housing. And so we asked, you know, the community workshop participants, what do they feel the biggest barriers to housing are in the city? I have a list here of some of the stuff we heard. So the development process being cumbersome, infrastructure issues, parking requirements, fire insurance or the cost of insurance being extremely high, short-term rentals or vacation homes that are vacant, right? So affecting the stock, NIMBYism. The cost of construction is really high right now. So the cost of development is really high. It makes it hard to produce affordable housing. Impact fees, planning development fees, just the costs, the extra costs of development. We heard zoning. So at least one person mentioned the setbacks and that there are some zoning constraints that limit what you can do on your parcel. And then finally, insufficient density or density not high enough or not enough high density sites. We heard a number of comments on that. So from that list, I wanted to ask, you know, how do you feel about that list? Do you have anything to add to that list? What do you feel really are the barriers to housing in Nevada City? Why haven't you seen the development that the city needs?
And I'd particularly love to hear from the Planning Commission on this because I think that you guys have a unique perspective with some of those barriers.
I'll jump right in. Cost of construction and fees in general is the number one thing that I think that we hear about, that every single person who comes to your seat is concerned about their costs.
Okay.
And they're needing to come to commission to get approved for things like paint or windows or any number of things, you know, is just another like level of stress in their process.
Okay.
Which is not to say that I think that we need to tell them not to come, but it is something that I think that as commissioners, we all do try to maintain sensitivity to.
Okay.
And it's interesting to me about parking requirements. I have questions about that one because I think that we've had this come up a number of times where we have actually waived parking requirements fairly frequently in order to make things work, if I'm not mistaken.
And I'll throw in the state, it's also in like
The state has requirements.
There are hundreds of pieces of legislation to encourage the development of housing, and a lot of it's the reduction of required parking spaces. So that's becoming less and less of an impediment, I believe, to development. Did you? I'm sorry. Did you want to say more?
No, I think that just cost of construction is the number one.
I was at a planning commissioners academy in Santa Rosa 3 years ago, and it was, you know, like days of PowerPoint presentations and panel discussions, and developers who were on these panels, I spoke to them after and asked why things don't happen in more rural or remote locations. And also Robert Upton, who had an approved project for the Grove And I mean, it got fully approved, it didn't get built. And also what he found was developers have to pay the cost of travel from the bases of builders who build at scale. And that's a very large line item in the cost of a higher density project. So to develop Cashin's Field, for example, I mean, not Cashin's Field, the Grove, that would have been a very large, because there aren't builders of scale locally.
If I could jump back, I'll give you guys another chance. I have things to say about that.
Please, go ahead. Let this be a dialogue.
I actually think that's a good thing. I think that I want to keep money in the community. I want to be paying our own local contractors. I don't want developers who are prioritizing people coming in from Sacramento. And if it doesn't pencil out for them, good. I don't want work that isn't committed to the area. And a lot of developments are like that. You have thoughts, Gary? Go ahead.
Jump in.
It's all scale and scope.
Jump forward.
It's all scale and scope. There are, depending on the size of your project, we have plenty of people around here who could build 1 or 2 houses, maybe even a light subdivision. But you look at what's going on over in the destruction of the meadow over off of Brunswick.
Don't get me started.
And don't get me started either. But that you can't build that kind of thing with local contractors. You have to bring people from outside for the scale and to do a project that big. We don't have those capacities. And that's why, but I don't disagree with you. I'm not disagreeing. It just depends on what you're doing. I don't see us, God forbid that we ever do a project like that in Nevada City, but it's just understanding that the capacity to do a project of that scale doesn't exist in our local community.
It's a quaint notion. I like it in theory. I don't know how realistic it is as we get into real development. Thoughts, comments? Yes.
I want to let the planning commissioner jump in, but if not, I want to pick up on what he said, and it's something that this is not exactly on point, but one of the things that we have in our current element is we have housing stock theoretically, or places where we can build that aren't buildable. That's right. You know, let's talk about the Grove,
By
right?
design, yeah.
We have some people in this room who figured out that the Grove, it's going to cost $1 million for it to pump the sewer uphill. And so there's a whole $1 million added just because of where the location is and the, and gravity and things like that. And so we also have a lot of parcels in our inventory that are supposedly buildable but aren't really. They're on steep slopes. And I know that HCD this round is going to scrutinize that aspect more. I mean, that's what I've been reading, right? That's it, they used to let you get away with it. Oh, you put it on the books, it's good. Now that they're going to do their due diligence and look at the parcel, see if it's buildable, see what the issues are. Is that something you've heard as well, or?
They don't go parcel by parcel, but they do want you to report on any environmental constraints or known constraints on the site. So once constraints are known, we do have to report them on that site. They don't require us to go out site by site and identify new constraints. But if there are known constraints, we do have to report them. And on constrained sites, if it's an expensive constraint like that, and it doesn't, it constrains affordable housing. You can still use that site. It's just harder to use it as an affordable, a lower income site because it's not going to pencil out.
It's not going to pencil out for, high, some of these places, to build is really, I mean, you don't know the area that well, but there's places on Sacramento Street where, they're saying that this is a lot. It's, not very big and it's straight up and down on a slope like this.
Right.
So you can build there, but it's going to cost more than it's going to pencil out for to any buyer.
Right, yeah, and usually steep slopes, like at 30% or more, they won't let you use the site at all.
There you go.
Yeah, the damn gravity thing.
Thank you for bringing that up, council member. I have that on my list too, like how much of our inventory is buildable. And I don't want inventory that's just like mathematical capacity. Like,
exactly.
we could do it, somebody could do it with enough money and will.
Theoretically, right?
Right, exactly. So actually buildable.
We have other plans, because I've got an answer, but I'd like to hear from
It's okay, it's all a conversation.
you
Let's
guys-
just jump in if you got something to say.
I think it's passive aggressive conservation.
a couple things
zoning
here,
is.
and this is about impediments. We know we're a community that likes to hold on to its history, And like everybody, we like to make that history work for us. I'm really tired of hearing how bad the Planning Commission is when it's not even the same Planning Commission that it was 5 and 10 years ago. And this community wants to hold on to the idea that this Planning Commission, which is totally different and much higher functioning than past planning commissions, but people want to hold on to the idea that we are the barrier or you are the barrier, and it's simply not true. So that might fall under NIMBYism, it might fall under there. What it falls under for me is false narrative.
I'm going to disagree. And not, I like our planning
But
commission.
no, I am not criticizing our planning commission.
Neither am
I am saying that there is still a live narrative in the community that they are the old planning commission and not the new planning commission.
Fair.
That's my point, and that becomes a constraint because that's the story that gets told.
If I may make the distinction that I think is happening, I don't think it's the people. I think we have a strong planning commission, thoughtful people. I think that by design, our planning commission sees a lot more than most other communities. Most other communities have ministerial sort of things that can be tended to. You know, you come, you file the application, you meet the requirements. Yes, you can do this. One of the barriers, I think, is our design review process. I think so much of it is discretionary, and I would really like legitimately objective design standards, and that's not anyone on our planning commission. It's the culture of the planning commission, which has unfortunately given Nevada City a bad rap as we are not, friendly to business, we are not friendly to development. And so I think it's not personal to the members of our current planning commission or even the last planning commission, but that it is the planning commission entity and how much they see and how much they have say over.
Okay. Well, I don't disagree with any of that, but I still want to go back to there's a narrative that's inaccurate. But there's a narrative that has been established over time that is really, as we start to look at our budgets and our revenues and our economics, which is going to be the focus of this council a lot going forward, is that we're not open for business. Why would you come and build something in Nevada City if all you got was a fight? And all we've been able to do is fight about one thing or another. And how do we get past that? Because we can't get development, we can't get investment, we can't if people don't believe that it can happen. And that is something that we have to, I think, consciously work to change. I want to be real clear. That's not about not honoring the historic nature and quality of our community at all. Because that's another false narrative that's out there, is why anybody would fear this council and our actions in deterioration and destruction of the historical nature of our community. And it's simply not true, and we've said that again and again and again, but it continues to be something that's thrown up at us. If you let them go, they're just going to ruin the place. And that's not true either. So I think there's some stories here that really need some attention and thought as we start to demonstrate and rewrite the narrative around housing. That's kind of where I am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I'd like to respond to the mayor. We have, our city is really unique in terms of its pretty cohesive downtown historic district. And that it's created or maintained very consciously. It really is, it looks different from everywhere else. It does, which is why we are thronged by visitors, for better or for worse. But visitors come to experience the very unusual downtown that we have. It's really cohesive. Grass Valley has excellent architecture, but the aesthetic of it isn't as convincing as ours is. So that is why we're different from other cities. And I'll also say we have I think a really good set of objective design standards that apply to ADUs. And if you've seen, have you seen the set of accessory dwelling units that are pre-approved that were designed by Chuck Durrett? They look so Nevada City. They look really good. I mean, we could go further in, you know, where pre-approved designs could be applied and expanded.
We do have objective design standards for all residential development, not just ADUs. Yeah, so we do have that in place right now, and they're very good. I just wanted to mention on timing, there are 4 more kind of big questions that we have and about 40 minutes left. So we've got about 10 minutes per question, so I just want to make sure we stay on track.
Just real quick, any last comments?
Design standard, oh, sorry, go
Oh,
ahead.
yeah.
No,
We're very small, 2.2 square miles, and a creek running right through the center of town, other creeks, and so just very limited space would be a barrier.
thank you. One last thing about design standards. They've been weaponized in the past. That's the problem. And that's why the Planning Commission got to be the Planning Commission of no. And that's where that reputation comes from.
Well, it's been weaponized on both sides. And so those objective design standards, I would like to see pass beyond residential and also go towards businesses. I agree with you, Commissioner Nye. We have a really, really unique place. I imagine that's why we're all probably here, living here. Nevada City has done an incredibly good job at preserving our history and telling that story. I've often said we can be a modern historic town. I'm really interested in now looking at the modern piece because we've done such a good job at the history piece. Let's move on.
Okay.
With these bad questions.
So beyond the housing needs section, the next section we produce is the constraints analysis. So this is where we look for constraints in your zoning code. So I just wanted to go over a few that we've already identified and then talk about some missing middle housing types that may that may be a solution and get your opinions on that. So when you look at the R1 zone, maximum density is 4.3 acres or dwelling units per acre. I've got a very non-scientific Google Earth drawing here of a quarter acre parcel and what an 1,100 square foot house looks like on that. So you can tell that there's a lot of extra space that is not efficiently being used.
Want to know about the
And I just want to jump in here too. There's some zoning maps up on the walls here. All of the light blue is R1. We have at least half the city is R1.
Oh.
Yeah. Lot sizes are fairly large as well, so 10,000 square feet minimum lot size. Setbacks, 30-foot front setback, that's really high, just being honest, and 25-foot rear. So even if you had a 10,000 minimum lot size and you can't use the first 30 feet and the back 25 feet, you're really restricted. And then single family only. So, on a 10,000 square foot lot, you couldn't put a duplex, right? Single family only. So those are some of the constraints that we see with R1. And so I wanted to talk about missing middle housing types. For those who don't know, missing middle housing is a term that's gotten popular in the last 5 years, 10 years. But missing middle housing has been around for a long time. If you see a lot of neighborhoods with homes that were built prior to 1940. Some of them will have multiple mailboxes, and you'll go, oh, that's a duplex. I didn't even notice, right? The idea of missing middle housing is those housing types that aren't big apartments, but they're not detached single-family homes either. It's kind of everything in between. So it's a diverse group of housing options that generally are more affordable than a detached single-family home. But they're compatible in scale and form they feel like they belong in a single-family neighborhood. And it helps produce walkable neighborhoods. So that's the idea behind these. So I'm going to go through a few housing types that may be appropriate for R1 or R2, and then just get your opinions on them. So first, I'll kind of start with smallest and go to largest. So tiny homes and villages. So tiny homes are homes between 100 to 400 square feet of living space. They can achieve 10 to 20 dwelling units an acre. They can be developed as a single just a single house on a single parcel, or as a subdivision, or as a village with shared common space, right? Then next up from that would be small lot, single-family homes, or what's locally called a miner's cabin. So these are smaller homes on smaller lots. So small lot, single families currently considered like anything under 4,000 square feet.
That's a cabin?
And and they typically achieve density of 8 to 12 dwelling units an acre. The photo here is actually from the city, right? So it's a smaller corner lot with a single family home on it. So then moving up from there, duplexes. Duplexes can be stacked or side by side, but they're generally 1 to 2 story attached structures with individual entrances, often just seeming like 2 single family attached homes. And they can achieve a density of 7 to 16 dwelling units an acre. So that's what they're typically developed at. And you could see that density is beyond what's allowed in the single-family zone. Next up from there is triplexes. There are some triplexes in town. This picture is one. They're typically 2 to 3 story attached units. They can be small or large. There's a lot of variety in triplexes. They can be stacked or side by side. And they can achieve slightly greater density, so between 11 and 30 dwelling units an acre.
That was a triplex.
And then from there, cottage court homes. So these are becoming a little more popular. They're typically 1 to 2 story detached homes that are smaller and organized around shared common space. But you can achieve greater density, so 10 to 31, so similar to triplexes. Courtyard buildings are small apartment buildings that are built around a shared courtyard, often just a U-shaped building. There's a number of these in Midtown Sacramento, where I live. They make great rental units, especially for folks who don't want to manage any kind of outdoor space. They can be small or large, so 1 to 3.5 stories. And you can, typically they're developed with 6 to 25 units, so, moderately sized structure. And you can achieve a density range from 21 all the way to 60. I don't see a courtyard building coming in Nevada City at 60, obviously. But knowing that they start off at 21, that's something to take note of. And then fourplexes. So fourplexes are usually 2-story attached, sometimes with individual entrances, sometimes with a shared hallway or like a staircase up to the upstairs units. These can achieve 14 to 25 dwelling units per gross acre, which that means you could build one at the very lowest end of the scale in your R3 zone. So they can achieve significantly more density than is allowed especially in the R1 zone. And then small apartment buildings. So these were fairly common before World War II. It just looks like a big home and it has multiple entrances. So typically 2-story attached, and again, a huge range of densities can be achieved with that. So you can build a very small one with small units and achieve a higher density on a smaller site, or you can build a bigger apartment building. So now that I've kind of introduced some of those, we asked at the workshop what people felt about the housing types and kind of had some different exercises for people to vote. The types with the highest votes were small apartment buildings and tiny home villages or communities. They each got 10 votes. Fourplexes and adaptive reuse are after that. Adaptive reuse would be using an existing space and adapting it for apartments. Triplexes also got 6 votes, ADUs, and tiny homes as well. Those were some of the highest. So with that, I wanted to open up to discussion. So should we consider additional housing types to allow them in R1? And then should development standards be modified to accommodate those additional types? Just want to open up to groups and see how you feel about it.
Excellent. I'm going to look to my left this time and then open up to folks over here.
Yes, I would say, yes, I definitely think they should. Now I have two mics. I guess I'm struggling to really visualize the density that you're putting out there. I have a single family home on an acre in town, and I can't picture the numbers that you're saying in that space. So I'm just curious about, just learning more about how that would look. I moved here from Chicago, so I know that there's a case for density. But it's just hard for me to picture when you say, in the fourplexes, 14 to 21 or whatever dwellings in a gross acre lot. It's hard to picture that in Nevada City.
Okay.
And that's maximum.
Yeah, I think the fourplex that we showed here, that is from one in Nevada City on Zion Street. And it looks just like all the other houses. It's on, 0.2 acres or something like that, and there's 4 units. So if you do the calculations on that, that's how the density is
That could
achieved.
work out.
And there's a tiny
I can
house
see
right behind it.
I know where that is.
Yeah, I lived in there too. Charlie Price.
On the setbacks, I think it felt at the table that looked ridiculous. And that's a lot of wasted space, but also I can think of a number of houses that I don't think have those setbacks.
I do too.
My entire street, Park Avenue.
That's where I saw it.
We heard that at the workshop
I
as
walked that
well.
street, I'm thinking, there is no street on my house that has that setback.
Well, those requirements came long after our houses were built.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I just find that interesting.
Yeah, that
For
actually.
you, not for me.
Those setbacks held us back substantially in the barn up the street.
Although we do try to find ways to grant
Variances.
variance requests where there's a precedent anywhere in the neighborhood to, give people relief from that front setback thing. If especially when there's a case adjacent that establishes that the character of the neighborhood is consistent with a closer thing.
Okay.
I appreciate the variances. Wouldn't it be great if we didn't have to do that? Lindsay?
I also think yes to both. I think the setbacks are an issue. I've only participated in one planning commission meeting, but it came up during that meeting, and it seemed to be something that definitely could be modified to make a little bit more sense for our spaces in town.
I have a question about the setback. So when you said that our average is 30 feet setback, you said, wow, that's pretty deep. What's kind of standard?
Yeah, so that's the minimum setback.
Yeah.
So I would say that 10 foot is pretty standard, sometimes 15. If there's like a utility issue, one city I'm working with has the electrical utilities needs the first 5 feet, so they do that kind of thing.
I think it's important if we're gonna dig in on setbacks. The way I think about setbacks is that they are a signal to pump the brakes before you make a big decision. And while maybe it slows down the process a little bit, I think that as a commission, we are very good about giving them, and sometimes it's appropriate to have a substantial setback. But maybe it would be worth reviewing like around town where those are more necessary than others.
Could you give an example of where or why it would be necessary?
To have a setback? Definitely the creek zone. That's a classic one. That's a 100-foot creek zone setback.
Yeah, but that's already set by law, so.
That was the first one that came to mind. The one that I immediately thought of was the, I'm forgetting his name, the house that's at the top, right across from co-housing.
Yeah, Zeller, yeah.
Yes. That was complicated for all kinds of reasons, but the concern had been like, if they put a house within the 30-foot setback, if it would just suddenly be a big visual wall. And
Oh, no, not a visual wall.
well, I mean, sometimes though, like what you think is great is not necessarily what someone else thinks is great, and there's
Sure,
just
but then it becomes subjective to preference.
I mean, I don't know if it's worth, if we want to like get into it that deeply right now.
Vicky, well, I don't have to get into it deeply, I'm just commenting.
I have what may be a really material question. So there's SB 9 that allows
Lot splits.
lot splits and a big reduction in setbacks And so, and any R1 lot can become an SB9 project. So is that considered, I mean, are we considering that as potential? Because any R1 lot can be treated in that way.
That is something the city can consider, certainly. I mean, if you reduce the setbacks and all your standards so far that then, you're creating actually opportunities for density you don't want, that would be a concern,
But we don't have any say in it. We allow it, and the objective design standards were actually adopted to temper those if there was a big, but they kind of self rezone essentially. SB9 projects do.
What few we've seen, have we even really seen that many?
Two.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's similar to ADUs where, you have a right to build ADUs by the state law, right? And it doesn't count towards density, right? And you can't control that as a city. That's the state allows you.
I see what you're saying,
right?
Okay.
Yes.
I've got a couple of them is one of them is, my wager is that nobody knows actually how many duplexes exist in Nevada City, with the number of houses with separate units that are not calculated as separate units. It's been a practice in this community for decades. It's how we solve the housing problem in this community. And, we've had that's how we addressed some of the shortages in the past. So there's a number of unpermitted second units out there. It's really true. And it's been a good thing for the community. But the other thing I wanted to say was in relation to the fourplex, and in other places I've lived in old neighborhoods, to find a Victorian that hasn't been divided, like in Chicago or any urban area, and that doesn't change the footprint. It doesn't change the footprint. You have to make some modifications for exits and that sort of thing. But I think that it was one of the things that dawned on me after the last meeting was subdividing large houses.
Can you say real quick what you mean by that doesn't change the footprint?
The house is the house.
Right.
But it now has more people living in it with separate units. So you divide it up the work is done on the interior to create the units instead of the exterior.
I have a question about R1, if we're done with sort of setbacks. I don't know what it would mean if we change the rules for R1. Would it change it to R2? I mean, could you talk through that a little bit more? Because I want to understand what the goal would be to change it to allow more density, allow different housing types, I guess is what you're looking for.
Yeah, you could still have 3 different residential zones. They just allow for different things. And so you set the thresholds where there are. R1 doesn't have to be single family only. Right? Okay. It can be whatever you want. Oh, wow. So, you can set your housing types for R1 as just, for example, single family duplexes and triplexes. And those are the housing types you allow up to a certain density. R2 may allow different housing types or a larger selection of housing types and a wider density range.
Well, it does, right?
Right. And so you still keep that concept going. Even if you change R1, you'd want to adjust the thresholds between the zones so they're not the same.
Sure. I didn't know we could do that, though. I thought it was set by statute, or the R1 was R1 everywhere.
No, and in fact, the state is actively trying to get rid of single-family only zones, right? With the SB9 lot splits, ADUs, you can add multiple ADUs by state law now, so thinking about it not as a single-family zone might actually help.
That's great.
The conversation.
That is huge.
I have a question. Let me know if it's appropriate for another question. Is my wondering about this is always, if we were to raise the number of units substantially, what does that do to our water treatment center and its capacity? And how much do those two things talk?
Right. So when we get into the sites inventory and we are identifying sites, we do have to analyze that, right? Mm-hmm. Do you have enough water and sewer capacity? If you don't, we have to put in programs to overcome that constraint, right? You also have to give affordable housing projects that come in priority service in water and sewer. And so that's something that has to be in writing from the district. It's usually a program in the housing element as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Real quick, I just want to say,
Please.
thank you, Doug, for bringing up the
Zoning change?
the zoning. I think for me that I think I've heard indirectly that single-family housing, like there does need to be more diversity in housing type, and with that diversity, we should absolutely develop standards to accommodate those types. And, you know, I've heard examples of neighborhood residential, like, so defining that beyond single family, but allowing for some of the things that you're talking about to really accommodate true neighborhoods. So I just wanted to add that.
All right. Thank you for your comments on that. So then, looking at R2 zone. So R2 allows up to 8 dwelling units an acre, which for a multifamily zone is a pretty extreme constraint, right? Duplexes are 7 to 16. So yes, you allow for duplexes in R2, but they're not being built at the density that you allow, right? Minimum lot size is a ½ acre. That makes it hard for infill sites, if you do have an infill site, to be rezoned to R2 in the first place. Setbacks are 25 feet in the front and rear. That's fairly large again. And the largest constraint then is just the insufficient density for most multifamily types. So that's kind of our take on R2. You can see there's an example here of Chief Kelly cottages. These are actually in R2, and they achieve 12.76 dwelling units an acre. And then in R3, there's some constraints as well. So insufficient density options, minimum and maximum density is 16 dwelling units an acre. If you want to go less than that or more than that, you have to get a conditional use permit. Very few developers are going to say, oh, you picked my exact density, right? So providing a larger range is important, and that's a constraint. Minimum lot size is a ½ acre. You know, for a higher density multifamily zone, that's not a huge constraint, but it's something that could be addressed. And the biggest constraint is just there's insufficient capacity in R3 sites. There's, I believe, one site, and it's the site I believe we were talking about with constraints. So the other thing about the new fair housing analysis is we have to look at your distribution of high density sites around the city and say that it's equitable. And if you only have one site and it's on the fringe of the city in the bottom corner, it's going to be really hard to say that we've equitably distributed more affordable housing zoning.
That's prime real estate. It's right next to the freeway.
So being able to show that you've planned for higher density sites in different areas of town is actually something that we have to do.
Suppose we don't have different areas of town.
Oh, stop.
But we do.
We should.
So you'd want to see those areas interspersed, the high density areas?
Yeah, we have to prove that our sites that we choose don't exacerbate the conditions that already exist. So if we pick more R3 sites that are all in that area, we have not done that, right? We have to, yeah.
But if we don't pick any more R3, zone sites, then we're where we are, and that's it.
You won't hit your RENA, just to be honest. There's that one site, our lower income RENA is 200 and something units at 16 dwelling units an acre. That's 10 plus acres of R3. You just don't have it, right?
We might have 5 acres of it.
So that is something we have to look at as well. And then mixed use zoning. So you do have a few zones that allow for mixed use, but they only allow for up to 4 dwelling units an acre if in a mixed use project. If in a mixed use project isn't a problem, it's 4 dwelling units an acre. I have another very non-scientific diagram that I've made here of just what 4 dwelling units an acre looks like. So imagine we have a 1 acre site. We assume 50% lot coverage, right? We assume commercial ground floor. That leaves 21,700 square feet for the second floor. You're only allowed 4 units, so you can split that into 4, and those are 4 huge units.
Those are
and that's all you can do. And you're not going to build 4 units at 5,400 square feet each, right? So even if you were looking at a half-acre site, you'd have 2 units at the same size. So you're just not going to see mixed-use development if you're only allowing 4 dwelling units an acre.
There's your warehouse loft, Gary.
So one site that we wanted to talk about, or one opportunity we want to talk about, was mixed-use zoning. So we have an example site here, the Alpha Building. The footprint is 7,800 square feet. If you developed residential on the 2nd floor, that means under existing zoning, you could do 1 unit, and that unit would be 7,800 square feet, right? But what does that building have potential otherwise, right? So if you allowed development if you wanted to allow for like 500 square foot units, you could actually achieve 15 units in that same space, right? And that would be equivalent to 32 dwelling units an acre.
Parking.
If you were doing 750 square foot units, you could get 10 units in that spot, right? And that's significant, right? That's 21 dwelling units an acre. That is slightly higher than what is allowed in the R3, but 21 dwelling units an acre isn't that much higher than 16. So with this kind of example, I'd like to talk about it. So what are your thoughts on increasing general business density to achieve more adaptive reuse opportunities like this in downtown above the 1st floor?
Have a bigger thing.
So can we answer the question asked, and then we can go to the bigger
Well,
thing?
no, it is the bigger thing.
I love it.
No, it just, okay, how are we gonna take all of our zoning ordinances that appear to need revision from top to bottom, kind of, because they all are impediments? What is the process by which we will review and make those recommendations? Because it's real clear, I believe, that they need some work.
Well, they're asking for feedback now.
I just gave it.
Well, I can answer just
asked
very
the
quickly if it's okay. That's part of this project. So once we put out the draft, then we're actually going to go through and assess the zoning code inconsistencies as well as the general plan inconsistencies, and we'll be adopting those changes as part with the housing element.
Thank you, because that is insane, this one in particular, but the others don't make a lot of sense either.
Great.
So I have a question. So if we were to, agree to change the zoning related to general business, for example, mixed use, so the zoning for all general business, mixed use, it would change everywhere, correct? Within that designation, that zoning designation, or can it be more targeted?
It can be more targeted if you went into the zoning code and you wanted it to be more targeted. It takes more work to write that. Obviously, it makes your zoning code more complicated. The easier thing to do would be increase the allowed density in that zone, but I mean, you can get as complicated as you want here.
In that zone all over the city, that type of zoning all over the city.
Yeah, and what some cities do is they have separate development standards for the housing element sites, especially the rezone sites where you have standards from the state you have to put in. And so they might add extra allowances there, but usually you want to keep it zone-wide. What are we allowing zone-wide?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Adaptive reuse downtown is very exciting.
Okay.
It would help us address our missing middle housing issue, and it would also help us in other ways. More walkability downtown, more use of the stores, restaurants, businesses, so supporting the downtown vitality as well.
I think vibrancy was the word we used to use, but that's exactly spot on. We have people wandering around, people who live here wandering around downtown, not just the rest of us that wander around downtown.
Some of us are just ghosts.
I'm so pleased. I thought the word density was going to be a bad word a little bit around the table, and it doesn't seem to be. So I'm pleased with that, and I agree with my colleagues. It would be interesting to look at different districts, although I think that as much opportunity as there is in Seven Hills, there also is in the historic downtown in terms of on top, above retail. So yeah, I support increasing density for sure.
Here, here.
I'd also like to point out that we already have this to a large degree throughout downtown. There's a bunch of upper level apartments that,
Theoretically.
I mean, that are used. I think that when it comes to something like the Alpha Building, that's a really great example of how we can be thinking about this more broadly and strategically, especially when we think about the courthouse and what's going to happen there. And as a grant writer, I would also say that the money is for workforce housing and infill, and that's all of these are going to be extraordinarily expensive projects. So it behooves us to show our funders that that's the way that we're thinking.
And also transit-oriented development, right? TOD. We don't have a lot of transit, but, you know,
Yeah, bring
that's
in
one
some
of the
transit
goals, and
first.
there's incentives for, you know, building in places on transit lines, you know, subways, buses. We don't have a subway, do we? Isn't that funny?
There's a tunnel between the mine shaft and the National.
There might be entombed miners on it.
I bet. You know
There
that.
might be Chinese.
Yes, exactly.
So then looking at just allowing residential and non-residential zones, you do have three typically non-residential zones that do allow that. So general business, local business, and service lodging allow R1 and R2 units up to 8 dwelling units an acre. And so looking at opportunities on non-residential sites, we have a couple examples here. So this one is a vacant site. It's 1.36 acres. Under existing zoning, you could get 10 units max on this site under R2 zoning. But if you were to apply the density ranges that we talked about with cottage court homes or courtyard buildings, you could see you'd get significantly more units there. So cottage court homes, you could get 30 units on that site. So the other picture here is an example from Alameda. If on this site it would achieve 31 dwelling units an acre, they did lower the parking ratio to 0.6, so less than 1 per unit. But they did apply a 10-foot front yard, 6-foot side setbacks, and 5-foot rear setbacks. So there may be an opportunity for something like that on a site like this. So thinking about that, would you be interested in increasing the allowable density to see missing middle housing types in these typically non-residential zones?
Yes.
And then adjusting the development standards?
Raise your hand if yes.
Okay, yes.
I do have a question of our esteemed planner, if I might. So we have the capacity to take any project and create waivers to complete the project should it meet the needs of the city and doesn't present public health and safety issues. Is that true?
There are always ways that you can do it.
That's what I thought.
They may include rezoning or general plan amendments. So those can be really big impediments to
Yeah,
development,
those are
but yeah.
big.
So it's not a simple waiver.
Could be in some ways, but yeah, okay.
It seems like this
Exceptions
would
to
be the time to talk about it.
Exceptions to zoning, I'm just trying to get a fix on that.
Understand.
Thank you. I don't want to do a general plan amendment, this one's hard enough.
Okay, so everyone said yes on that, easy. Another opportunity, so the tech center. So residential or light industrial employment uses are allowed in the district, but no mixing of uses. And so thinking about the tech center, would you be in favor of allowing mixed use development there or standalone residential development at greater densities, right? And then adjusting the development standards as well.
Raise your hand if it's a simple yes. And otherwise, I'd love for you to speak.
I have a complicated yes.
Okay.
Which is, I rent a light industrial unit in an industrial park, and if light industrial zoning were adjacent to residential zoning, it might be an incompatible use for both parties, because I'm not restricted in terms of noise. And that's not the nature of every business in the light industrial zone, but that would be a thing to consider.
Okay, something to have to navigate.
Yeah.
Land compatibility.
It might turn into a self-selective residential
population.
There was in an area that I used to live, there was a racetrack, famous racetrack, and a housing development was opened near it. And then the residents said, we can't stand the noise. And eventually the racetrack got closed.
Yeah.
Because
Or
even though they,
Pioneer Park. We hear all the time, residents around Pioneer Park.
Pioneer Park. Wait.
yeah, but
Similar.
anyway, so
Sure.
anyway, that would highlight an incompatibility between.
Okay.
It's called moving
Yeah,
to
no,
the
it's
nuisance, though. If there's a nuisance and you build a house next to it, you can't complain about it because
But
you
they,
knew
but
it.
no,
you
wait,
do.
wait.
But
Wait,
yeah, no, Tom is absolutely correct.
Here's the guy who ran airports for 30 years, and if you want to know how that works, I'd be happy to spend hours with you and show you my Scottish.
And has a house in the park.
Do you agree, though?
Oh, yeah, I know, I totally agree that it should be compatible use, and that we need to take into noise consideration. We do have noise ordinances that could be adapted to make that work. Okay.
Yeah, and
And I also hear the church bells across the freeway very loudly 27 times a day.
they're
So
off. This is
sometimes sound tunnels make it so that you don't even have to live near the place.
What I found is that their clock is off, right?
Well, this is one of the areas that, a lot of people in the community don't know about. A lot of the NIMBYism that exists in our community, there's a fair amount, obviously. They don't, nobody really knows what goes on out there unless you go out there and you know what's going on out there. And so I think that's one of the best places to build multifamily, residential. I mean, you have, acreage there. You have a couple of landowners who have, multiple parcels that can be developed.
Freeway access.
And so,
Freeway access.
and both of those parties are talking about developing housing, so I think that's a natural fit.
Excellent. We are at 9 minutes.
Okay, I think I'm actually done. So,
Perfect.
Excellent. Do you feel like you got what you needed?
I do. Thank you so much. I just wanted to say we will have a workshop number 2 coming up on the 10th. That we will be talking about housing sites as well as fair housing, so issues within the city where there might be some differences. So just want to invite everybody out for that. And then with that, in coordination with that, we'll also put out another survey, a fair housing survey, that'll be up for 3 to 4 weeks probably as well. So thank you for having me today.
Thank you
for
so
your
much,
input.
Ryan. Thank you. And I want to thank our planning commissioners and council members. It was nice to be in agreement on so many things. I think we have an opportunity to have a housing element that we can really live into. So let's do it. We're going to adjourn. Please don't do that.
I don't get a vote on this.
Hello, everybody. Oh, hi. Hi, friends in the back. Good evening and welcome. I'm going to call the regular meeting of Nevada City Council to order. Today is Wednesday, August 12th, 2026, and it is 6:30 p.m. This is our second meeting this evening. We will be using comment cards tonight. They are on the table in the back corner. Please fill one out and you can bring them up to Amber, our city clerk. And we will make sure that everybody can get a public comment in. I'm going to ask my colleague, Councilmember Fleming, to read our tribal recognition, please.
We acknowledge that the Nisenan people are still here among us today, though nearly invisible. We understand that we are on Nisenan land that was never ceded, and the original tribal families have yet to recover from the near genocide of their people. As a resident or visitor in the Nisenan land, we support the Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan tribe in efforts to stabilize their people, as well as their campaign to restore federal recognition.
Thank you, Councilmember.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Sortland, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, Madam Deputy City Clerk, can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Sortland,
Here.
Councilmember Klein,
Here.
Councilmember Fleming,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Peterson,
Here.
Mayor Fernandez.
Here. Great, we're all here. Council, now is the time for any agenda modifications. Is there anyone who would like to make any additional changes to the agenda, pull any consent items, or do we have any recusals to announce? All right, I'm not hearing any, so I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Klein and a second by Councilmember Fleming. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Great, motion carries. We're moving right along to public comments. Government Code Section 54954.3 provides that any member of the public may address the city council on any matter not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. The Brown Act, with limited exceptions, does not allow the council or staff to discuss issues brought forth under public comment. The council cannot take action on non-agenda items. Concerns may be referred to staff or placed on a future agenda. Please note that comments from the public will also be taken on the consent calendar and each agenda item as it is heard. Is there any public comment tonight on items not on the agenda? Amber, we have one.
I have one general comment from Gordon.
Hi, Gordon, come on up.
I'm Gordon Gossage, for the record, Regenesis Planet. And recently I spoke with a neighbor who, unlike habitual commenters like me, is not comfortable speaking in public. She wants to say this. My name is Ramona Beresford Howe. I want to share my perspective on wildfire preparedness and resilience in Nevada County. I've been encouraged by a response to recent fires. I regularly check watch duty. Local and state agencies seem to respond quickly. Recently, there was a fire about 1.5 miles from our home. Ground crews and air support arrived quickly. I am grateful for that response. Yet I have serious questions about how wildfire protection is financed. Homeowners insurance premiums and PG&E rates have risen dramatically. Residents deserve clear information about how much of that money supports prevention, staffing, equipment, training, and faster emergency response. I've evacuated once. My family remains prepared. We keep a trailer available as temporary housing and have a plan for transporting our dogs and cat. Even when people return home safely, evacuation is traumatic. They must decide what to take, find somewhere safe to go, and face the possibility of losing everything. I am a psychologist. I saw the effects of the campfire on friends in the Paradise and Chico area. The trauma was unmistakable. Wildfire resilience must include mental health preparation, crisis support, and long-term recovery services. My neighborhood is a Firewise community. We meet annually, learn about defensible space, and organize cleanup efforts. We also help elderly neighbors who cannot safely complete the work themselves. I support keeping efforts largely voluntary, but residents should know exactly how much Firewise participation reduces insurance costs. Wildfire risk must also guide new housing decisions. Nevada County needs housing, but development should occur only where roads, evacuation capacity, water, firefighting personnel, and emergency access can support it. Existing homeowners shouldn't be expected to finance every new need through higher property taxes. Transparency is essential. County agencies, fire authorities, insurers, and utilities should explain where money comes from, where it goes, and whether programs are working. I ask you to protect strong emergency response, support neighborhood prevention, assist residents who cannot afford mitigation, plan housing around real emergency capacity, and avoid placing further unsustainable costs on homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon and Ramona.
Just get the 3 minutes, you're within 1 second.
All right, anybody else with public comment not on the agenda? Yeah, come on up.
Hello, thank you, Council. My name is Aria McLaughlin. I'm a Nevada City property owner and resident and motorist in and about our town. And I just wanted to speak about the flock security cameras.
I'm just going to stop you just for a
And
moment.
is
That
that on
is
the
on the
agenda? I
agenda,
apologize.
so
I was
that's
looking
okay.
and couldn't see
We'll
it.
put you back in the rotation
Okay,
for that item.
thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. So now we're going to move on to the consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are
We just did this.
excuse me?
Can we do this?
We did not do the consent agenda.
We did the agenda.
Oh.
We adopted the agenda.
Okay, I thought we did the consent.
All right.
Sorry, my apologies, Mayor.
That's okay. We've only been doing this for 6 years. Do we have the council member reports before that?
Yes.
Before the consent agenda? Apologies, that's not on mine. So let's go to.
Sorry, that's our error.
That's okay. Let's go to that. We're going to go to committee reports
Council
before we
comment?
go to the consent agenda.
Okay, it says council comments and then committee reports. So I have a council comment, not a committee report. If that's
Let's hear it, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge CATS, the Community Asian Theater of the Sierra Nevadas. Last week, they put on a presentation regarding the internment of Japanese citizens in the United States. The movie was called Then They Came for Us, but it was a really powerful presentation. Began with taiko drummers, then they showed the movie, and then a panel of local people who were born in the camps, had relatives in the camps. The theater was sold out. 300 people there interested in the article in the Yuban. Was great. 300 people supporting democracy. It was a really important conversation, and it was a beautiful event, and I was so proud to be there and see our community so fully present.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other council comments? And again, this is us moving these items from the end of the meeting to the beginning of the meeting to have more visibility
I think
as
that's
opposed to an empty room.
Yeah, I think it's great. Do you want me to go?
Is that your comment?
No, I don't have comments. I want to talk about committee reports.
Great. Any other comments? All right, now we can go to committee reports.
I was gonna,
Oh, wait. I'm sorry, Adam.
I'll say my
Who's on first?
ERC
Yes.
thing goes to committee reports, right?
Correct.
Okay, just checking. This morning I was at the fair opening ceremonies, representing Nevada City along with Chief Foss and fire personnel and leading from the chamber. It was excellent, and I got a corn dog. Now we make it.
Excellent. All right.
Job's daughter.
Now we're going to move to committee reports. Oh, goodness gracious. Yes.
So I have an announcement. I'm going to be putting on an event on September 12th called the Nevada City Zero Waste Summit. I am doing that in my role as a community member, not as a council member. But it's going to be held at the Alpha Building, so it's very exciting. We have an art show planned. We have 17 local artists signed up for that. Some of the artwork is going to be sustainability focused. We have keynote speakers coming in to share thoughts on zero waste, and the aim of the event is to energize the community around sustainability, and it's really about Nevada City taking responsibility for our environmental footprint. And I had an excellent meeting with the mayor of Truckee, Anna Klofstad, and she was so generous with her time and her information, and she has done so much work in the city of Truckee in terms of advancing their environmental policy. And so she's so willing to share her information, and she's coming to the event, and she's going to share that with us in Nevada City. Wow. So it's going to be exciting. Right now, the hours are going to be, we're looking at hosting from 2 to 4 p.m., and that's going to be a repair cafe part of the event. And then from 5 p.m. to 8:30, that is the main event with the keynote speakers, beverages, and just a community building event. So we hope to see you all there. I would love to hear from the community in terms of any ideas that we have in terms of coming together, volunteering to activate the Alpha Building space, to make it beautiful. We have a lot of plans in that regard, but it's going to be a community effort, so everybody's welcome.
Excellent.
What's the date again?
The date is September 12th, which is 1 month from today, but it falls on a Saturday. So it's going to be starting right after the farmer's market.
Councilmember, can you say for the people in the room who might not know what a repair cafe is?
A repair cafe is an event that we've been hosting here in Nevada County for 3 consecutive months. It's a group of volunteers that organize the event with the aim of reducing items that are going into the landfill. So we have a group of very talented fixers that volunteer their time. We have electricians, we have woodworkers, we have general fixers, we have sewers, we have jewelers. So you can bring something to the repair cafe that needs to be repaired. We have knife sharpeners, tool sharpeners, and it's such a good time. Everybody's welcome at that event. Please bring an item and get it fixed. Get it repaired.
Awesome.
Thank you so
I've been
much.
to both of them. I can't say enough about how much fun they are and just how great it is.
Repair cafe.
Excellent. Now we are moving on to the committee reports. We have a couple committees listed, and I have a feeling there's a couple others that maybe happen too. Who has a committee report?
On the first Thursday of the month, I was at the ERC meeting. Those are public meetings. They start at 7:30 in the morning. I can't believe you're not all there for those.
What does ERC stand for?
ERC stands for the Economic Resource Council of Nevada County. It's mostly Western County. Truckee doesn't typically show up. Our old pal Shavati was there, former of Waste Management, now of the county, talking about the Resilience Project, which I know Gary's involved in, and I can only imagine would be very interesting to Michaela. And that was interesting. I think a lot of people in the room were hearing about it for the first time. And also a lot of talk about the ERC's Economic Summit, which is coming up October 29th from 3:30 to 6 p.m. at the Grass Valley Vets Hall. Gerbach Sahota, an economist, will be there speaking, and Allison, a layman from the county, is going to be leading a Q&A. And tickets are available from the ERC's website.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fleming, anything from the Nevada County Transportation Commission?
Yes, I have a couple things. One from, so just so everybody's clear, we have 2 meetings that happen consecutively. You have the Nevada County Transit Commission meeting, and then you have the NCTC, the Nevada County Transit Committee meeting, so, or something like that. Commission, yes. And so they didn't have the first one last time, and I went to the, let me get this open here. I went to the other one, And this was on July 15th. And, you know, I have a whole report if anybody wants to see more. But the big ticket takeaways were Nevada City and NCTC submitted a $2 million ATP Cycle 8 application for the Zion Street, Sacramento Street project, as we know, and they discussed that. Recommendations are expected November 2nd with final awards December 3rd. The transit and state climate transportation funding remains exposed to unresolved cap and invest revenue decisions expected when the legislature returns in August. NCTC is providing valuable, not only as a funding agency, but as effective rural transportation advocate and grant development partner. They are prolific in their grant writing and success. The clean audit, there was an audit conducted, which they do every year. The clean audit was strong, but accounting system modernization and staff and succession planning should be completed before the Administrative Services Officer Dale Sales retires. And there's more detail on all that. Then on, I guess it was Tuesday, Bethany and I were at the county transit meeting, and they discussed the new bus routes. You know, and they've been doing a lot of work. They're taking community input. They took community input. They have a plan to expand services to 9:30 in some places. They're going to reduce, wait times from 120 minutes down to 30 in some areas. Some areas are being expanded. Some rural communities are being impacted by less bus service. But overall, there is expansion to the services. A lot of good data. Ridership is still really down, and post-COVID, everything went down. It's creeping up, but it's still not producing enough revenue to sustain it and do new things like microtransit, which is planned in the next 3 to 5 years. So,
Excellent. Thanks so much, Doug. Yep. I have a report from the Chamber of Commerce. I said a little bit at the end of last meeting. I'm just going to reiterate a bit. The main thing is I want to share with my council members is there was conversation before the agendized meeting about things not on the agenda, about sandwich boards. So expect that conversation to come back. I think that when we made a decision, it wasn't final. We said, let's look at it in a year, and we never did. So I think that we should look at that again as a way to support local businesses. They were really excited about the mural costs for public art going down, and excited to hear more about that just in the broader community. They talked a little bit about astrotourism and the dark skies, and we'll hear about that a bit more later in the agenda. There is a concern form on the city website. They spoke about that and gave some good suggestions for us. But the big news was that 3 members of the chamber board will be resigning at the end of the year. They will serve through their terms through the end of the year, or to the end of the year. And so there is a committee that is actively doing recruitment. So if you are a Chamber of Commerce member and have been for a year in Nevada City, they are actively recruiting for board members starting January 2027. So please get in touch with Lynn at the Chamber of Commerce, and she can put you in touch with the right committee members for that. That's all I have. Any other committees?
I have not had the pleasure of attending my committees yet. They're all stacked in the latter half of the month, so I'll be able to report on those at my next meeting.
Looking forward to it. All right, moving right along to the consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine in nature and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. Before we take action on the consent calendar, we of course will hear any public comment on the consent calendar and only consent calendar items. Do we have any of public comment on the consent calendar? All right, I'm not seeing any. I'm looking for a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
Great, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Peterson and a second by Councilmember Fleming. Can we get a roll call, please, Amber?
Councilmember Thornton?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes. Excellent. Item number 6, first order of business. We have an informational presentation on public safety cameras. I'm going to ask our Chief of Police, Dan Foss, to come up and join us for that.
Hello, Mayor, members of council, thank you. So let's see if we can get this up. To the PowerPoint. And then we'll jump right in. And then when presenting this, I'm going to try to give you as much information as humanly possible. So if I go a little long-winded, Mayor, just give me the sign, whatever they may be, but I'm
Since you've given permission, I will.
Okay, so my name is Dan Foss. I'm Chief of Police here with the Nevada City Police Department. And today we're going to talk a little bit about, thank you, Condor or flock safety. So it is our flock safety cameras. So we do have, under the umbrella of the flock network, we purchased the Condor cameras. They are significantly different than what a lot of people associate flock with. They still are owned by Flock. We want to make that very clear. But ours are pan, tilt, zoom, which I will stumble with because it's a hard one to say repeatedly, cameras. So these cameras were purchased through the Prop 64 grant. They were purchased back in about 23, but they were replaced in March of 24. And the current contract runs through October of 27. And it has an annual fee of $18,000. They were purchased, and the first 2 years were done under the grant. That fee is now what we do pay through the police department budget. Okay, I'm going to touch on this a couple of times when I talk about this, of what we don't have, right? We will be talking about what we do have, but I think it's equally important to talk about what we do not have, because there is a lot of assumptions that go along when you have the flock title. We do not have people-focused or facial recognition software that is included in our cameras of any type. So they are, I'm going to call them somewhat of dumb cameras. They're really just a camera that most people would associate with cameras for the last 20 or 30 years. They have to be manually manipulated by the operator, which is us, through the police department. They don't have any type of facial recognition software on them or of any type. We do not have ALPR readers, automatic license plate readers. Not only do we not have them, some people believe that because it's Flock, we could turn it on. Our cameras do not have that capability. An ALPR license plate reader is a different camera altogether than the pan, tilt, zoom camera. Our cameras do not have that ability to ever be used for that purpose. Some people believe they're self-moving or tracking software. I've seen that demonstrated when I've dived into some of the concerns about this. I've tried to make ours do this. It does not have that ability. It does not have any ability to self-track. What I've seen online is where it like focuses on a person and almost follows them or tracks them. Ours does not have that ability. Crime recognition, none of that. So our cameras, again, have no ability to tell us when something is happening. If something's happening in front of the camera, it doesn't know. The operator itself has to visually observe it and notify somebody else on the other end. They have no automatic traffic enforcement, so they're not going to tell us when somebody's speeding or breaking the law on the traffic side. They are not used for immigration enforcement or anti-reproductive rights. They can't be used for that by law in the state of California. And they are not connected to any third-party databases. So for example, DMV, Carfax, none of that can access these cameras. So, did it move? There we go. What it does. So what do our cameras do? They are real-time live streaming and they store video access for 30 days. So the easiest thing I think I could correlate it to that most of us have is a Ring doorbell camera that has pan, tilt, zoom. And realistically, that's the best example of what this is. It stores the data of what's in front of it or wherever it's pointed at for up to 30 days. And it's almost, we'll go into some images of it later, but it almost seems to be about the same image quality. It has obviously a few other factors included with it, but that's the biggest correlation I think I can make with it. It utilizes AI to alert operators of activity. So we don't currently have this turned on ours, but it is an option on the camera, so I want to include it. So if we put it in a more secluded place where there's not much activity, we can turn it on to say, hey, just like almost your Ring doorbell, if something goes in front of it, can you send an alert to whoever's working or the enforcement officers? All our cameras, our 6 locations, which we'll talk about, are in, we would expect people to be there almost 24/7. So if we turned alerts on, we would literally just get hundreds of alerts and they would mean nothing. I wanted to point out that it does have it though. It allows integration into the Flock operating system. So part of the reason we did go with the Condor system is the Flock system, and by and large, is heavily utilized by law enforcement across the nation. We'll go into that a little bit more of what that includes, but it includes a lot for our agency to be included. So even though we don't have automatic license plate readers, and we don't have any intentions of getting them, we do have access to that database because we're part of the Flock operating system, if that makes sense. So again, ours are pan, tilt, zoom with up to 25-time optical zoom and limited night enhancement vision. What it's not, again, I'm going to touch on what it's not a lot because I really want to emphasize what it's not. No facial recognition. It doesn't scan license plate data. It is not easy to share data. Does not actively follow citizens, and there's no audio whatsoever. Another big one that comes up. There is no audio recordings of these cameras whatsoever. All right, so some of the community concerns, some of these you have probably seen, some of these I have found online and I just want to address. So here's one that I've seen a couple of times. Our cameras have been searched 2.4 million times. That's ours locally. That's Nevada City cameras have been searched 2.4 million times by over 350 agencies. So that's not untrue, but to interpret what that data means, I think is very, very important. So maybe the easiest way I could express this is if each one of you around this table was your own city entity. So we had the city of Dean and the city of Doug, and you all had Flock cameras. And I, 10 states away, said, I want to search this vehicle. Bing, enter. It queries every single one of you, even if you're 10 states away, and that query counts as a search. So every time a search is done in the Flock database, your system is queried, which counts for that search. Even though, like, we have our checkboxes that says we will not share the information, it's still queried. So the query counts as a search, even though none of the information was or ever will be released to anybody. But you're part of a network. So another way to describe it is if you start a website that sells cookies, and somebody does a search online of how to build a bomb, it will query your website because it queries the entire web. But they're not any way associated with your website that's selling cookies, right? So we don't share any of our information. We have never shared, well, with one caveat, which we'll talk about, but we have never shared our information with an outside entity besides outside of the county. And then shared by, again, 350 agencies. Really, that means that 350 agencies or above have the Flock system and have done a search, which has queried our system. I also want to emphasize that we get queried even though we don't have ALPRs. So we don't even have the data. We're just in the network. So it's hitting us automatically, but we don't even have the data that they're searching for. We don't have license plate readers. So another one is our cameras are shared with Grass Valley Police Department and Nevada County Sheriff's Department. That is true. They cannot control our cameras, but they can activate it to see what we're seeing at the same time. We can turn that off at any time. I have not turned that off, but obviously I'll bring it to you and see what our opinion is on this. My opinion is we are a very small police department. And if we do have a critical incident, if we do have something that's large in town, if we do have an August 9th incident, I think it's important that our 2 supporting agencies can quickly bring up and see what we are seeing at the time that is of critical emergency for them to have a need for, right? Again, they can't manipulate it. Another thing I'll emphasize on this is if anybody logs into our system, internal or external, so if they log in to see it, it is logged. So if I log on right now to the system, it says, this camera is being viewed by Dan Foss, and it'll log the time that I viewed that camera. And for what reason, if we do a search of it. AI facial recognition is utilized to track and find people. There is no facial recognition software included in either of the camera systems, so the ALPRs or ours. Cameras will be utilized for ICE or other investigations. This is a direct violation of SB 54 and California Values Act. We not only would we not share the data, we couldn't legally share the data. Who has access to our data? Our data is controlled exclusively by Nevada City PD. And I think here is one of the hardest parts about Flock and pretty much all data going forward is data is not stored internally anymore. Data has gotten very large. And where we used to have server rooms and we used to control our data in-house, that is almost impossible anymore. We can't build a server room large enough that's going to store all the data that's coming through a police department. So you have to have data centers that are either third-party companies that are storing your data. We own it. It is still ours. They cannot legally send it to it by our contract or share it with anybody without our permission. That is why when somebody does a query or a search, if they wanted our information, they don't reach out to Flock. They have to reach out to Nevada City Police Department and say, hey, I would like to see footage on this date and time, and here's why. Flock has no authority to release that information. That is exclusively ours. Flock cameras are unconstitutional. Up to date, currently, Flock cameras have been challenged in the court numerous times in many states, and I don't believe it's made it past even the lower courts yet. So currently, they are allowed through the court system.
Chief, I think you need to go to the next frame.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I did it on my computer, if that's helpful.
Very.
And data is kept by Flock indefinitely. Not only is that not true, I think they would probably delete it sooner if they could. Data takes a lot of space. This is high resolution video footage, as we all know, that takes a lot of space. And you pay for how long you want them to keep it for. We have the standard 30 days. You can opt to up to 90 days. That costs substantially more because it takes more space in their servers to store your data. So Flock keeps our data for 30 days and then is deleted. Next slide. Okay. Flock owns the data collected. So here's the current contract, and we're going to have some more on this in a little bit. But this just kind of shows in our contract what it already says. So the customer data as between Flock and the customer, which is us, all right, title, and interest in customer data belonging to and are retained solely by the customer. Customer hereby grants Flock a limited, non-exclusive, royalty-free, irrevocable worldwide license to use the customer data and perform all acts as may be necessary for Flock to provide the Flock services to customer. Flock does not own and shall not sell customer data. That was clearly written by an attorney, no offense, Dean. So we did get some clarification for that here.
No offense. No offense. No offense.
So here's an amendment that we proposed to them that they have agreed to already. And I think it says the same thing. It doesn't contradict what was said, but it says it, I think, in even more strong terms. Flock does not own and shall not sell or otherwise disclose or distribute customer data, which is ours, to any third party except as specifically authorized in writing by an authorized representative of customer. So in other words, I am the only one, or our department is the only one that has any authorization to share or disclose any information from these cameras. For avoidance of doubt, customer does not opt into the statewide or national Flock network. And Flock shall not share customer data with any law enforcement agency or government agency other than the customer. So that, again, says they're storing our data, but it is 100% ours. And if somebody wants to view it, they're going to come to us and tell us why they want to view it and what they might need it for. All right. There we go. So I want to talk about some of the successes. We've had these cameras 2 years. And almost since opening weekend, it has been huge successes on what we're finding here. And this isn't just in our city. Nationwide, we've seen a pretty heavy decrease in crime over the last 10 years or more. I've been doing this job 2.5 decades, and technology is a big part of that, and cameras in general is a big part of that. I do remember when I was in detectives for about 7 years, in the beginning of my career, I remember when you had when I worked homicide, you'd find somebody dead on the street, and you knew there was not going to be any camera footage. By the end of my 7 years in detectives, I remember we started going, man, we just go down to the next business, there's probably cameras pointing, and it was closing a lot of cases. And we all know, we've come a lot further than that where we are now. Now, I also am very aware that we want to make sure we maintain a balance, right? I didn't put it in the customer concerns, but one thing I see a lot is, well, if I'm not doing anything wrong, you shouldn't care about the cameras. Well, I'm not usually doing anything wrong. I still don't want cameras everywhere, right? So I understand the sentiment of we need to find the balance of public safety, but also public freedoms where we're able to just engage in activities without feeling we're being stared at all the time. So what I'm very proud of in our community here is I feel like we've kind of been ahead of that game. When we did these cameras back in 2024, 2023, when I brought it to the council here, we made it very clear, I'm not real comfortable with ALPRs. We're looking at maybe more the older technology of live feed cameras, and that's why we opted to go with these cameras at that time and not install ALPRs here. So with that balance, it's been highly, highly effective here. Most of these cases I'm going to talk about were within the last 60 days. And we have cases going back well over 2 years, but I'll talk about some of them. DUI arrests, we've had a lot of DUI arrests. We've had one recently where it was a DUI driving down the middle of the street, middle of Broad Street, like at 2 in the afternoon. And he was so drunk, he was swerving back and forth, hit 2 vehicles. One of our officers saw it on the camera. We rushed out there. We notified CHP. We were able to apprehend him when he's starting to get closer to North San Juan. We got all that information out. That person was so drunk, as soon as he got lit up, he just drove off the road into a cliff. He was fine. But that's the kind of stuff that DUIs are a huge threat to our community. They're one of our biggest threats in the community. And if we're preventing those because of these cameras, I think it's a huge win. We've had several hit and runs, almost one a week. Now, here's the thing I'm going to say about hit and runs. I'm going to go over some small and big ones here. A lot of times people on hit and runs are like, well, that's minor. Who cares? You solved a hit and run. I will tell you that sometimes that can be life-altering. I'll give you a very great example of within the last 60 days. We had an individual that owns 1 vehicle. He works, he's trying to get his feet under him, and he has a motorcycle. Somebody left late at night downtown in a lifted vehicle, but lifted truck. She ran right over the motorcycle. Didn't see it. Then stopped for a minute and went, well, I'm out of here, and took off. The person that had the motorcycle is like, this is my only vehicle, I have a job, what am I going to do? Those are the type of spirals that can result in massive changes in your life when you lose your vehicle. We were quickly able, because of the camera, we brought it up, found the vehicle, called the person who was startled, and we said, you're a jerk, get down here. They had insurance and everything else. They just didn't want to report it. We were able to get that vehicle covered. It sounds small. These can be big. If somebody hits my car, not a huge deal probably. I have insurance, I could take care of it. Some people, especially if it damages your vehicle or it can't be utilized, can be very big life-altering event. We've had several life-saving incidents. One I'm going to talk about that I'm very proud of. Amanda, we all know her, love her. She was working the front. The camera was up. She said, hey, I think there's about to be a physical altercation at the Commercial Street parking lot. By the time she called it in from observing it that, hey, they're about to fight, the fight turned very brutal. One person was using a weapon on another. The officers were there within seconds where they wouldn't have been there. When they got there, they had to drag the one guy off the other one. I have no doubt that that could either would have been life-changing for the victim, maybe even life-threatening. And the officers were there within moments because it was observed on the cameras, which is the direct intent of this. So that was an assault with a deadly weapon. We've had felony resisting arrest. What's great about these is it's very effective all the way around. It shows the officer's actions. We're able to view it when they do use force on the incident. It shows the suspect's actions. So it's another level of observance, not just for the people on the street, but for the officers themselves. I'm able to view it and say, hey, did my officers act appropriately? Vehicle burglaries, we had a couple of those. Stolen construction truck, somebody got out of jail. They didn't want to walk home, stole the construction truck. We were able to capture it on camera. We had a theft from a vendor. Again, here's another big one. We had one of our vendors, one of our great events, packing up. Somebody walked up, stole $4,000 from him. That's huge for our local vendors. That's a lot of money. Unfortunately, on that one, we weren't able to get the funds back. We were able to arrest the individual. And that's also very important. He's not going to do it again. Here's one that I think I'm going to talk about very vaguely, but I think this is so important. I'm going to talk about it vaguely for the respect of the victims. These cameras have led to the arrest of a 45-year-old man that was sexually assaulting, raping underage teenagers on the street. He was picking them up, taking them in his vehicle, portraying himself as somebody else, and assaulting them. He was very good at it. He'd been doing it for decades. We had a very hard time finding him. Flock helped tremendously in his arrest, and once he was arrested, other victims came forward who were terrified and said, hey, that person, now that they're in custody, did this to me. We would not have solved that without this. That would not, he would still be free and he would strike again. I have zero doubt, and now he's in custody. I want to talk about too, what these cameras are. A lot of times I hear some magical stories of their ability. They're good, but they're not amazing. They're still a camera. So like this is a picture of our commercial street lot. You can see it looks a little bit blurry there. And you might think, well, that's a bad picture. That's what we get. That's the picture we get. Now, like most videos, when you're playing it, the picture's a little clearer. When you freeze it, it's kind of like your old, for all you that remember VHS, when you pause it, it's a little fuzzier. But this is what it is. It's nothing much beyond what a lot of people are going to have in their own home. So here's a nighttime picture of the park. That's the, if you can see it in the background, that's the band show. Here's the same camera during the day. And you can see here. So when we're watching this, you can see people. You can't identify them. You can see a vehicle back here in the background. I'll show you some more pictures of vehicles. Here's the gas station in town. Same gas station during the day. Now again, I want to point out, sometimes when you're playing it, they do get a little bit closer. You can get vehicle identification through license plate. It's not stored in the camera. Again, you have to manually read it and retrieve it. But it's not super clear on these cameras. Here, tennis courts.
It's gonna show my back porch.
I made sure. And then some of the other closing data for the flock safety. So largest data analytics of its type. For this type of camera feedback, I want to talk about, I will close with what that means. It has never been hacked or compromised. I have heard that it has been. Of all the research I can find, they say it's never been hacked or compromised, and I can't find any indication, verified indication that it has been. There is physical vulnerabilities. I want to focus on this. There was one very good journalistic study, I thought, that said, hey, no, it appears to be almost unhackable right now, but the cameras themselves, if somebody climbed up, might be able to tamper with the physical camera. And it's never been documented that that's actually been the case, but I thought that was a good journal, and I like to point out weaknesses as well as strengths. It's used by over 5,000 police agencies, and data is customer owned, us, but kept by Flock. Now, in closing, I want to talk about what does that mean for the Flock OS, the Flock operating system, being part of the Flock network. So if we are, a really good example would be that individual, that rapist that we were trying to catch. When I'm looking for somebody like that, we have a very small footprint. Our community is very small. So when I'm typing in his license plate or his vehicle information or who I'm looking for or where I'm looking at, I know he's probably not going to stay here when he's committing that level of crimes. He's coming here to commit and he's moving on, right? And that's the fact for most criminals in our area. They come here to commit the crime and they're moving on to somewhere outside of it. When we plug that in, that gives us access to everywhere else. Now, just like ours, that data is not, is that me?
No.
Oh, that data is not, I don't get that. I plug it in, it does a query, and then what's gonna happen is if they find it in the town of Adam's gonna get a ping, hey, Nevada City Police Department would like this information. And somebody from his organization is gonna say, what do you want and why? And then I'm gonna say, hey, I'm looking for this guy that's a really bad dude. Can you share this information? Generally what they're gonna say is, that sounds like a really bad dude. Send me your case number and your report so I can verify that this is what you're looking for him for. And if we can help you out, we would like to, because law enforcement would like to work together to catch criminals. That is what it means. Also, on the other end, which is equally important to me, let's say in the town of Adam, that's 5 hours away, he is looking for a criminal. He is looking for somebody that did some heinous crime. He types something in and he finds out, oh my gosh, they hit in the county of Nevada or they hit in around Nevada City. He's gonna call and say, hey, I'm looking for this really dangerous dude that I think might be in your city. So both ways, it's equally important to me, because then I need to know, whoa, I've got this guy, this predator, or this violent criminal that's coming into my community, and we need to be vigilant and make sure our residents are protected. So being part of the network is a very strong part of the overall picture of what Flock is. And with that, I think that's it. Yes, she already closed it, but I'll take any questions.
Great, Chief. Thank you so much. Before we get to questions, we're going to go to public comment. I just want to give folks in the room and folks watching at home a little more context. The Chief brought this presentation because Council asked him to, within 60 days, a review of our contract. So here we are. This is what we are. It's agendized as an informational item with no action required. And we want to hear from you. We're going to start looking at public comment. If you have public comment on this item and you haven't filled out a card, please fill out a card in the back corner and bring it to Amber. Amber's going to get started right now. You've got 3 minutes.
Don Frazier.
Hi, thank you. I've lived in Nevada County for a long time. I went to the old schoolhouse in Rough and Ready. And when I was in high school, us kids had pickup trucks and almost all of them had gun racks in the back window. Times had changed. But I can tell you for sure, I'm pretty sure how cameras would have been handled back when I was in high school. My concern is that we live in a surveillance state now. And how did we get here? It's kind of like the frog in the pot of water. One little step at a time. Oh, that sounds reasonable. Oh, that sounds a little bit more reasonable. Oh, that sounds a little bit more reasonable. The Patriot Act was passed in what, 2001? And we still have it around? You still listen to your phones? I don't doubt that Chief Foss believes everything that he said. I don't doubt that he hasn't been told that these things are sort of foolproof. But believe me, if Homeland Security goes to Flock and says, we want you to do this, they're going to do it. My phone gets updated regularly. How do we know that these cameras aren't updated with all kinds of software? This is not going to change top down. It's going to change bottom up. And you guys are the bottom. And I think it's time that we really look at reversing this surveillance state. And I would ask the City Council to choose to do away with these cameras. I know that they're good for catching this and that, but believe me, years ago I had 3 or 4 DUIs in this town. They didn't need cameras. Thank you.
Risa.
I'm short. Hello, everyone. Maybe you can see me. Can you hear me okay? Thank you, council members. I very much appreciate your service to Nevada City. My name is Risa Kroll, and I've lived in Nevada County for 30 years, and I'm very frustrated. Some of you truly understand what I'm about to say, and some of you need a reminder. You all are here, according to the law of the land, to serve the people. We here are the people. We represent the people of this community whose Fourth Amendment rights are being violated daily. And we came here to voice what most of our community wants, our freedom and our privacy back. I wasn't aware when Nevada County, all of the entities, including Nevada City, decided to mass surveil us. I regret not staying engaged. I regret burying my head in the sand while you decided to erect cameras and voted to spend money on a technology that none of us and none of the laws were currently ready for. I regret that they went up quietly and didn't let me know that anyone, through a Freedom of Information search, could search our data. And I regret that when that was done, I saw in the data with my own eyes 4 searches that came from post offices. Well, my stalker works for a nearby post office. All he has to do is a Freedom of Information request, and he will know my every movement. You took advantage of a technology that you didn't truly understand, and you erected it without enough public awareness, even though it infringes on our Fourth Amendment rights. And if my stalker figures out how easily he can find me now, I will hold every single Nevada County agency accountable for that action, because you made me vulnerable without my consent. Last, the technology you have purchased is not actually safely managed. The data is very easily hacked and used for nefarious purposes. You will be held responsible for a contract with a company that is proven to lie. The ACLU has documented many lies that Flock tells, many of which even that the chief shared with you today have been proven by the ACLU to be false, and have found Flock has violated those statements more times than can be counted. You purchased the software. We did not give you consent. Take the cameras down now before lawsuits begin forcing the action that we are currently asking you for. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Chief Boss. Thank you for your presentation. I feel like a lot of the information you presented came straight from Flock, who's proven themselves to be less than reputable. I do appreciate that you guys have kept your system to a minimum. I don't think, though, that any data is actually safe. You know, we all the time see data breaches everywhere, from your bank to Amazon to everybody. For years, Nevada City has been at the lead of this county. You guys have always set the standard. Last night, Grass Valley stepped up and took the step to take their cameras down. And I would ask that Nevada City follows in their footsteps on this one and removes Flock. That's all I got.
Thank you, Jason.
Aria?
Hello, and thank you for your patience. My name is Aria McLaughlin. I'm a Nevada City property owner and resident. And yes, I'm also here to speak about my real concern with the Flock cameras. And with all due respect and gratitude for the incredible law enforcement efforts, I'm not mollified by the information that was presented here today, showing that what we have with our cameras here in our pockets. From my eyes, the visuals that are presented are pretty crystal clear. These aren't low-res, low technologies. Continuous video footage is maybe even more of a concern than automatic license plates. So I don't feel like that is something that makes most of my peers feel more comfortable with that situation. I'm also concerned both about the physical vulnerabilities with the cameras, but then also given how rapidly we are accelerating into the age of AI and the way that those systems might be able to be where we might lose control of them and have those be hacked, leaked, shared, what have you, regardless of who is holding that information. I really think that the combination of surveillance and then what that might escalate as AI comes into our different communities at different levels of government really gives me a lot of pause. And I echo a lot of the voices in the room asking that we not renew the contract here in Nevada City and show some leadership in this amazing small town. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ari.
Avani?
Wow, hi. I'm Avani. I live in North San Juan. Thank you for having this meeting and keeping an open mind about this technology. I have a couple questions. I felt that some of the bullet points on this presentation were a little vague or also contradictory. First, it was mentioned that there's not an alert to crime and that wasn't a feature that was activated. I'm concerned about when will that be activated and what is the oversight with that activation, and will we even be notified? He also mentioned it's not easy to share data. I'm not sure what that means, not easy to share data. There is a very real concern about AI hacking agents. We are just entering a whole new age that none of us know what we're really in store for unless you're maybe really following it. I'm just on the very cusp of reading into it, and I don't trust that this information will not be hacked by AI hacking agents. So keeping that in mind. AI facial recognition is not activated. I do not trust that it will not be used in that manner or escalate to facial recognition. On top of that, the chief finished his presentation with an example of a criminal coming to town and being able to look out for that person. Well, without the facial recognition, how does that work exactly? And I do not trust that the data will not be used for ICE enforcement. Typically, this really just comes down to trust. And the people do not trust government, they do not trust the police, and they don't trust them with this technology. It was also mentioned that the data storage needed to hold this footage for longer than 30 days. Well, data centers are going up everywhere. So I don't actually think that will be a data storage shortage and that this data will be held for only 30 days. Lastly, I was just reading up on Snowden again, and he blew the whistle on metadata and the mass illegal surveillance by our own government on our phones and computers and that data being held. So there is definitely enough room to hold this data, and for what reason in the future. I get the need for needing to have cameras. Private shop owners have cameras. I mean, we have access to those that could be subpoenaed. I don't think that we need just mass surveillance on all of our streets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last one, Ryan Simmons.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time, Chief, and for everyone here. I really second a lot of what people have already come up to say, so I don't want to spend too much more time, but I'm coming from the perspective of a mother who just saw a picture of one of our local parks. Very evidently could have shown my son or my daughter playing in that park. We are surrounded by surveillance in our homes. Our phones are listening to us all the time and marketing to us in that way. I just don't trust that my children could be safe with these flock cameras around, and I hope you consider the generations that are coming up in this surveillance age as well, not just us, but also our children and the effects on them.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, I'm going to open it up to anyone in the room who might not have filled out a card to come up for public comment on this item. You've got a card right there.
Hi, Lauren Miller, local resident, live down the street. Ironically, I'm on your side, boss. The phone that you have in your pocket is many more times powerful than what you use to land on the moon. You're tasked with the job of protecting us. You're understaffed. You're underfunded. I know that. I know people who work for the CIA that go on and on about how powerful their job is to protect us from the bad guys in the world, of which there are many. Most people don't know 1% of the population is felons, and that's only the ones that get caught. So you have a huge job, and why wouldn't you use the technology that you get to protect us? You're the complaint department. We're the first person we all call when there's a problem. I do it myself because I live right next to the bridge that all the homeless sleep under, and they come through my property and look for stuff to steal. So I feel like I call you guys too much because I call you every time they're going through my property looking for stuff to steal. So I understand where you're coming from. I understand everybody else's concerns about the use of the technology and the theft, because we hear every day about data breaches and whatnot. And I know there's not a lot you can do about that, but if you can track down some guy who's going to attempt to blow up my town, I'm all for you getting them. So I'm going to stand on the side of the police doing their job and getting whatever tools they can to do it. And if he blows it, we fire him. If they blow it, we fire them. We sue them, whatever. But I'm on his side.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I have a thought. There's no reason not to trust Officer Foss, Chief Foss. So for all intents and purposes, unless the state decides that he is not implementing something they want and then saying, removing Dan, that's the concern. But the other concern is, what about an independent audit to make sure that something hasn't influenced the ability for people to gain access without even Dan realizing this? So my suggestion is an independent something that can sort of keep an outside eye on things. My name is Bevan. Nice to see you guys.
Thanks, Bevan.
My name's Cricket, and I'm a veteran, and I listened to the chief's presentation, and he's got to enforce the law with the tools that we give him. I don't appreciate the fear, because it does come down to surveillance, policing, or I think the wrong term is community policing. And it seems to be that the measure of the people right now is take a beat on the surveillance policing. Let this flock go. Invest in community policing. This is an age of unknown threats and fear. Everyone up here has mentioned AI. I won't. I don't need to. Hacking. It's an age of uncertainty. Pull it back to the roots is my urging. Thank you.
Thank you, Cricket.
Hi there. Sorry, I didn't fill out a form. My name is Robert Newman. I'm a Nevada County resident and homeowner. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments. Thank you for giving the opportunity. Great presentation. One of the points that you noted was that the cameras have never been hacked. That is true, but they have been openly exposed on the internet. There's reports published of that, where a researcher has been able to watch residents, including someone leaving their home and a woman jogging alone in real time. And I'm not saying this is happening here or anywhere in California, but it has been noted that police officers elsewhere have been arrested for using Flock systems to stalk ex-partners.
For sure.
That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, last call. Okay, thank you all for that public comment. I'm going to bring it to the table to hear from my colleagues. If you have any questions for the chief, if you want to share your thoughts, comments, concerns, who wants to get us started?
Question?
Sure.
Economics. So if we killed it now, what would it cost us?
Well, we'd still be bound by the contract. So really what that means is we'd be paying the $18,000 until October of 27. So what, a year and a half of $23,000. It depends really on which direction we would want to go. If we killed it and just killed it and had no cameras, we'd be bound to what's remained. If we killed it and we're looking at another company, we'd be bound to what's remained on top of if we were looking at another company or a different device to do the same type of job.
The cameras are, what's the word I'm looking for? Only, the cameras are owned by Flock?
Correct.
Yes.
Proprietary, thank you. So it's a proprietary system, so if we went with another vendor, we would have to acquire new cameras?
Correct.
Thank you.
Michaela?
Why was the Flock camera chosen?
So we did do, at the time, this is fairly new technology. Flock was the industry, still is the industry standard of that technology. And when you get into some of these, law enforcement realm is big, but it's still very small when you talk about the number of vendors that are available. So when I'm talking about anything from my software for report writing to my body-worn camera, you're really bound to my radios. You're bound to 2 to 3 companies that kind of spearhead that. At the time that we did pick Flock, which was a couple of years ago, I will say there was maybe 1 or 2 other options, but they were very small options compared to Flock, which was the industry standard. Then Flock became so big because of the shared network. So they don't share networks with other companies, so whoever's the biggest stays the biggest. Now, there is some negotiations going on with that now. Some of the other vendors that are making headway into the industry is Motorola is probably the #1 competitor to Flock right now. So Motorola is an even bigger company that owns our radios for the most part, almost all law enforcement radios, and they are diving into the realm of surveillance and cameras and license plate readers. There's a couple smaller ones that I have found, which carries risks, and part of my belief is a lot of times too, if you go with a smaller one, there's a very high likelihood it's going to be bought by a bigger one. So some of the bigger ones are realistically where you're stuck with, and there's not a lot of options.
Thank you.
Axon runs our body cameras.
Axon
runs our body cameras.
Yes, Axon is our body camera vendor. They're also our evidence.com vendor, and our Taser vendor, and maybe one or two others. But our biggest for sure is our body cameras and our evidence.com.
Chief, you said the cameras were, I guess we're in question mode. You said our cameras were purchased a few years ago. Can you tell us, what did we do before the cameras?
Well, before the cameras, we did, like someone mentioned in the room, and it was more what you did with policing, and you were out on the street the same we are now. Cameras are a force multiplier. So what I'll tell you is a lot of these crimes were not solved. A lot of crimes in general were not solved. Those cases that I pointed to us, those cases would either not be solved, we'd respond to much later, or we wouldn't respond to at all because we wouldn't be aware of it. I mean, I only touched on a very, very few. We solved everything from our opening weekend that we got them was Pride Month. And one of our first successes was somebody came through and broke our flags on Pride Month, and we captured them there. That would not have been solved. We would have woke up the next morning. I have, as many of you know, many times, I have one officer on. So this is a force multiplier. This gives me 6 more sets of eyes that are allowing us to try to, and we placed them, there was some talk of it, we've tried really hard to make sure people know where, I don't want people to not know where my cameras are. I hope everybody knows exactly where they are for multiple reasons. To know if you want to be on camera and feel safer, you could be on camera and feel safer. To think, if you're a criminal and go, I think I'm going to do something bad, and you look up and see my camera, you go, oh, never mind, I'll go do some of that somewhere else. So it gives us a lot more resources for the limited resources we do have. We would still be doing police work to the best of our ability. The vast majority of my career, I did not have this tool. And I'd like to think I did a pretty good job. But this is a tool that would have allowed me in my career to do a much better job. But, well, I think it's not part of that question, so.
You give us your statistical crime reports in our packets and everything before these meetings. And are you able to look back at historical data and show that your closed cases rate is higher significantly in the past couple years than it was beforehand? Is that hard data you can point to?
Not empirically, anecdotally for sure, but I did try to actually look that up. And I think what I want to do, we're in the process of looking at new report writing software, and I want to have a checkbox that say, did the cameras, were they used in any way in this incident? And we'd be able to just check that and then very quickly pull, when was our cameras utilized, when were they not, right? Currently, I don't have that. Anecdotally, the eye test, I could tell you without a doubt, immediately when these went up, the effectiveness that they had on the community. Most of them were smaller things, but those smaller things really do add up for the living experience of most of our residents. I mean, even, I could just go on about this forever. We had, sorry.
Clearly.
I do want to
You
throw
will
this-
not.
Clearly.
I would like to throw this one out, though. We had Miriam, who we all love, was talking about somebody was littering excessively in one of her gardening things. We were able to catch that and find out who it was and just educate them that that will not be acceptable. Those things, those type of things would just not have been, we would have said, we'll do the best we can and moved on. Sorry, Gary.
Any other questions from council members or comments?
Comments?
Yeah, Councilmember Klein.
When you brought this to us a few years ago, I remember the general vibe at this table, and most of us were here, was we trust you with this, but with anyone else running the show, it would feel sketchier because we have a lot of trust for you personally. It's now 2026 and Flock has earned a reputation for sketchiness, to put it as politely as possible. We don't use the LPRs, which is big. We don't have facial recognition, also big, and all the privacy concerns that come with those. So I think for us, the question becomes, do we want to be in business with this company?
Yeah, it's true.
I absolutely hear you and understand that the cameras have been very useful to the department. We've had individual conversations one-on-one with specific people coming to me being like, this happened to me, and I come to you, and because of the cameras, you've been very helpful with that. So it's a trade-off. It's like we have seen these results, but at the same time, people in this room and people not in this room feel less comfortable knowing the cameras are there, and that's not just criminals who feel less comfortable. I think some people feel safer with the cameras there because they know if anything happens to me, it's on camera, and other people don't want to be on camera whatsoever. So we need to, I think we've had a good discussion tonight about that trade-off and the reality of that trade-off. I wonder if there's a non-problematic company. It sounds like, as you said, a non-problematic company who makes cameras and isn't part of this big database and just helps a small town police department solve crimes. Sounds great. And if they were really great and successful, then Flock would buy them and we'd be right back where we started. I had questions about the contract that Gary asked straight away. I don't want to throw money away. Yeah. So canceling the contract, we would then be on the hook for another year of paying for it, but not getting any of the benefit, which is frustrating. But that might be a conversation that we need to have. Was there any public comment, Chief, that you felt you'd like to address? Any questions or misconceptions that came up? Is he able to do that?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know if any, there was one, the young lady, I think she was mentioning that when would we turn on some of these features?
Yeah, right.
We can't turn them on. We don't have them built into the system, period. So I'm sorry if I didn't explain that properly, but we have no, I think the same question was asked, you know, if we got the information if somebody was in town that was a criminal and we didn't have AI recognition, how did we capture them? Well, it would be the same as we've done before. We'd look on the cameras manually and say, okay, do we think they're coming to downtown? We'd send our patrol out there. So it's, but we have no ability to turn on any of those features that we don't have.
And Chief, something that you explained to me, which I didn't know, was those features come with specific cameras. It's not like a software upload that we could do to our camera. It's a total separate kind of camera. Same with the ALPRs, right?
Correct.
The hardware.
And the only other one, the gentleman I think mentioned about, there has been cases, there's been documented cases where it's been abused, and I don't want to ever hide from that. Many of our tools that we have as peace officers, you will, pretty much any tool that police officers have, you will find documented cases where they've been abused. And I understand that fear of when somebody has power that they're going to use it. People with power have traditionally not been the best where they don't abuse it. I think the best combat for that to me is you have a culture in your organization of it's unacceptable. And if you do abuse it, you're going to be held accountable by the council, by myself, by our residents. And you will be held to the fullest highest, both criminally, because a lot of it is usually criminally prosecuted, and internally, where you'll be up to termination if necessary. But I don't want to ever shy away from that. These are real fears, and I fully get it. And we'll do everything we can to make sure that it is not abused in our organization.
Thank you, Chief. And somebody else had quoted you saying it's not easy to share data. Can you tell us a little bit about what you mean by that?
Yeah, that was probably a poor way to put it. So good job calling me out on it. But what I mean by that is nobody's able to just view what I have. If they want to see my information, once again, they have to reach out to me.
Okay, so somebody, the department in Reno reaches out and says, hey, we're looking for this car, this license plate, the person that fits this profile that did X, Y, and Z. What happens?
So it's very rare to the point where I can't recall anybody's reached out for us for information. We have what the other local agencies said, hey, I've heard about that, let me see what I could find. Somebody reaching out externally, if and when it does happen, then they would reach out to our department. They'd be contacted to a supervisor, so one of my sergeants or lieutenants. The only people that would be authorized to release it would be myself or the lieutenant. So they would give the information to one of my supervisors, which would come to me or the lieutenant. I would say, hey, this is what they're looking for. This is why. And we would deem, is that necessary? And we'd review the footage first to see what it is, what it entails, and what the crime is that they're investigating, right? Obviously, if it was some of the things like ICE enforcement or ICE enforcement or reproductive rights or something that we don't support morally, we're just going to say, no. But if it is something that's a crime, even a small crime, and we do have the information, we would probably share that with another agency.
Thank you. Other comments from my colleagues?
What did I want to know? What, the Freedom of Information requests, I wanted to know, I mean, what is accessible in FOIA? I thought there were some protections for like license plates and things like that in FOIA.
Yeah, I don't believe a Freedom of Information Act would, and I've never heard of that, where it would release the camera footage. There's Freedom of Information or PRA, Public Records Request Act, and Dean might be the better one to answer this, but that is not, those are, you cannot just gain access to our cameras through a Public Records Request Act.
Okay, fair enough.
So, couple of things. One, I really want to know, if we share information with the Sheriff's Department, does the Sheriff's Department prevent them from sharing it on? Like when we share our data, what prevents it from moving out into the world from a third party? Is that,
So-
that's a concern?
Yes, and I've weighed that. So they don't have access or information to our direct save data. Could they save it with their cell phone and then pass it on?
Yep.
They could. So I weigh those concerns against if I critically need them and the share. Now, again, we could turn that off at any time. I have currently left that on.
Okay, so, because that is a primary concern I have. I trust you with our data, I do. I trust you with the use of cameras. Actually, over-experienced on security systems, having built a few. You got bad cameras, if that's the best night vision you can get. You can buy really cheap ones that would give you better night vision. But those were discrete, self-contained systems at airports. And so when you went into the facility, you were notified that you were being surveilled, but all of the data was kept on hard drives. And I get that the data, but the data that we're doing doesn't need to go into the cloud. You're just, doing the cycle thing. Doesn't need to be in the cloud. I worry about the data being in the cloud because the cloud is where the vulnerabilities are. And I'm worried about that. Yeah, Chief, I trust you. You're not the only person in your police department. So, those are things we have to worry about. There's a number of, this is an extremely dynamic issue. So I'm concerned about, I don't want to pay a contract that we don't use. I would want to examine possibilities for the expiration of this contract and looking for alternatives as we go forward. I would think that we should be responsible to do that. Although I've heard it from you folks and I've heard it from plenty of folks, I don't know if one's better than the other in a national, in a network of national surveillance. But I have my little game camera because I like to watch the raccoons on my porch. And every time, like you, someone just walked by your front door, and the Ring cameras, and I'm surveilled everywhere. So it's a very mixed thing. I do understand the value of what you're doing, although police networks are very well established without any video required whatsoever. So just call you out on that just a little bit. One more tool, but your networks, you guys all talk to each other anyway. It's out there. But I would want to look at that. Also, there is so much legislation in motion right now about constraining these cameras. State of California's got at least 2 bills moving right now. So what I would want to see myself is that we play this contract out. We're not capturing people's information. We never have. Thank you to council member or mayor Fernandez, who was on the license plate readers from day one, and said, no, we're not going in that direction. And it's good. And we don't have that data, nor do we have, as you noted, we don't have the equipment that can do that. We would have to replace the cameras to be able to do these other pieces, because they're simply not in the hardware. They're just cameras. So I would want to play out this contract and look for alternative sources going forward. That's how I would want to look at this. And then also wonder if we have to establish policy about sharing data.
Oh, yeah? Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anybody else before I dig in?
No, go ahead.
All right.
I want to hear what you have to say.
Chief, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. It's really great to hear all the things that we're not doing. I think that those choices with the information we had before knowing, the surveillance moguls that Flock are becoming, we did a good job of staying in our community policing integrity, making those choices, without the license plate readers and no facial recognition, we are not using them for immigration or anti-reproductive rights, so on and so forth. I think that Nevada City Police Department has been thoughtful and responsible in the way that we use the cameras. And I think on another level, there's two issues, right? The larger issue is surveillance and what we want to do about that. And then a lower hanging fruit, not so big picture is Flock. As my colleague, Councilmember Klein said, we have fashioned ourselves as a city and a department. We brought you on to implement a community policing model, and I think you've done a wonderful job at building relationships and building community trust. And I think I'm not sure that doing business with Flock is in alignment with that. And so I would like for us to look at alternatives. I will say for folks that were at our neighbors down the hill last night, our neighbors have been in this process a little bit longer than us, so I want to ask you to be patient with us and allow us our own process in this. We are a different jurisdiction. We do have different specificities about our contract and what we've allowed and not allowed. I agree. I don't think our data is safe on the cloud. I don't trust a business that is building a nationwide surveillance infrastructure ecosystem. That's scary to me. So I have two asks. With my council members, as Gary has stated, he kind of took my thunder a little bit after I told him on the phone yesterday. So I would like to ask staff to bring back an exit and alternative analysis. What that looks like if we left Flock, what would that entail financially, contractually, operationally, and understand a comparison for like 2 or 3 alternatives, both alternatives of other companies. Okay, fine, there's brand toxicity we get out of Flock. Is Motorola much better? I'm not sure. So I'd love for one of those columns to be no cameras, and I'd love for one of those alternatives to be something where data is stored more locally, like that we have local control of our own data. And then I think, as the Vice Mayor stated, I'd love for us to adopt a surveillance technology policy and, not leave it up to these companies to say what we do and what we don't do, but for us to establish that it's great. Like Vice Mayor said, you've built trust with this council. Your team has largely built trust with this council. When you're not here, when this council looks different, we can have a policy in place that says, things like no ALPR without council authorization, which would require a public process, right? Inviting people to be part of that. No facial recognition or biometrics, no surveillance of protected political activity, no immigration enforcement, no anti-reproductive rights use, clear limits around sharing and audits and all of that stuff. So I think we have an opportunity here to really define like how we want to move forward in this arena. And I ask that my council support those two asks.
Sure.
Does that sound good?
Sounds good. Thank you, Mayor.
Sweet. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being in this process with us. And we'll see you again soon.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chief. All right, let's take a 3-minute break, quick. Oh, welcome back, everybody.
There's not a single house.
Let's see, where are we? All right.
Dark sky.
Number 7, dark sky certification and lighting regulation updates. Hi, Jessica, welcome back. What you got?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Jessica Hankins, I am the city planner. So I wanted to give you a little bit of background on this. I thought my item was going to be controversial, but I'm glad I got to go after that one.
They took the heat.
Yes. The city has been working towards dark sky certification for several years. In 2023, the Planning Commission recommended beginning the process, and the City Council agreed and adopted it as one of the strategic plan goals. A draft ordinance was prepared, and in March of last year, the council authorized staff to send it to Dark Sky International for review. We had a meeting with Dark Sky International. They reviewed our draft ordinance, and some new information has come out of that meeting and some of those comments that have really clarified the scope of the commitment that certification would require for the city. The central issue is that certification is really a lot more than just adopting an ordinance. Dark Sky International requires a 10-year commitment to retrofit lighting on both public and private properties throughout the city. That's every house in the city. That's every streetlight in the city. There are more than 450 streetlights in the city, many of which are owned and operated by PG&E. So there would be coordination with PG&E necessary as well. In addition to that, there are annual commitments for monitoring, documenting fixtures and specifications, and just ongoing monitoring and reporting that requires special equipment. So I just want to be clear that our concern as staff is not with the underlying goal of reducing light pollution. That is a very ecologically important and reasonable goal, and it can be accomplished. Probably without dark sky certification. The concern here is the scale of the commitment that's required to maintain the certification. There are also costs that I haven't mentioned as well. There's increased staff workload and all of the other things I've already mentioned, retrofits, annual reporting, et cetera. So in speaking with Dark Sky about what our options are, they actually were very supportive of us not becoming Dark Sky certified. There are only 2 Dark Sky certified communities in California. They are both in national parks. So it's a little bit easier for them, I think, because they probably have pretty restrictive development there, and they're very, very small communities even compared to Nevada City. So they said, you know, you can pursue similar lighting goals and have similar policies without this certification. And staff believes that this approach would allow us to address light pollution while retaining greater control over implementation and resource requirements. So the goal of reducing light pollution, again, is still the same, but we just believe that locally adopted regulations would probably be a better fit for the city's available resources. So if the City Council agrees with this approach, staff would refine the existing draft ordinance that's already been prepared, coordinate review with Public Works and the City Attorney, bring the revised regulations to the Planning Commission, and then finally to City Council for adoption.
As time allows.
That's right. That concludes my presentation. Yes, sorry. I guess I should have said the end. I'm happy to answer your questions. Yes.
Thank you. Is there any
Yes.
public comment on this item? All right, Council, Vice Mayor, you're chomping at the bit. You
Well,
moved forward in your seat. You want people to hear this.
I move towards the microphone. I am trainable.
That's a telltale
Okay,
sign.
so I always thought a lot about this, and I guess I would characterize this as that we were actually not fully informed of the requirements that it would take when we approved that direction. We had no idea the depth and the cost. Again, overexperienced on streetlights and stuff, but just the measurements, we have no way of measuring all the streetlights, the lumens, and then report that and capture that data. I mean, the greatest constraint to us is staff capacity. So we did not fully clearly grasp what it took to do that, but I think what you're recommending in terms of a process to reduce light pollution, behave as much as possible like a dark skies community without getting the certification, because we'd never get it. That's where I am with it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anyone else?
I have a comment/question. On page 48 of the packet and materials, there was some information about a community interested in the program but may lack the resources to required to achieve a designation outright. There were some options there, like a 3-year period, where the Dark Skies International would indicate that we are trying, and there would be some potentially some additional resources for the community. Did we try that or move towards that at all?
No, we have not done that. Just because of the actual, if we are moving towards that, then we still have to make that commitment.
The commitment.
To retrofit all lights within the city. I mean, this is including the string lighting. With the string lighting in particular is a concern because it kind of defines a bit the downtown, and the lumens would have to come down so much that you could barely see them, and they would be shielded, completely retrofitted. So the recommendation is to move away from certification and not towards it.
Right. Okay, thank you for that clarification. And it seems very understandable that it would be out of reach for Nevada City at this time, even though I do seek out dark sky certified communities, so I would love to be part of one, but it seems cost prohibitive for Nevada City. So I support staff's recommendation to move forward with the ordinance revision.
And speaking of cost prohibitive, have we estimated or ballparked what this could cost? I mean, it seems very expensive, including staff time, including, everything. It's like, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? Or maybe 50, or,
The equipment I did take a look at the equipment that we would need, and it ranges depending on the type of equipment that you get, but that could be in the tens of thousands potentially.
And that's just the
staff time.
monitoring equipment, right?
That's just the monitoring equipment. That doesn't include staff time.
Or the lights, retrofitting all of our 450 streetlights, what's that cost?
Right. A lot.
Anyway, and then that's public works time, and, anyway, I don't think there's any questions.
Asking residents to update their.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, can you guys change all your lights so we can get certified?
I have heritage lights.
When we were talking about this years ago, I was real curious about what the communities that took this on, what kind of tourism bump they saw. And you tell us that these communities are inside state parks?
National parks.
National parks. So it's hard to quantify that, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Their gift shop sales or whatever.
Right.
And people are probably walking around the gift shop bumping into stuff because they can't see anything. My friends who visit from the city always comment on the night sky here. Like, you have stars here. And I don't spend enough time in the city because it just baffles me that they don't. I think it's worthwhile and absolutely desirable to limit our light pollution. But if trying to get certified would place an enormous burden on the city and the people who live in the city, then I don't think it's the right fit. That's where I'm at.
The one person who's going to be a little upset about this is Rod Brown. Because he's on the telescope.
It was Sean Grayson.
That's what I.
He's the head of the, the Nevada County Astronomy Society, of which I'm a member. $20 a year, you can belong to this, and you can they give you all these telescopes for free to borrow. I have a huge telescope in my house, and I look at the sky all the time. It's amazing here.
Perseid meteor shower tonight.
I saw a good one the other night. I saw a good, huge.
All right, we got a
break.
big
All right, yeah, yeah,
agenda
yeah. Sorry,
ahead of
sorry,
us.
sorry.
I agree with everything said. I have nothing new to add. Thank you for bringing this to us. Do you feel like you have direction?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent.
Thanks, Jessica.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jessica.
Thank you, Jessica. And thank you, Carrie, for bringing us back to reality on certain things. Like, what would it take to actually do this?
I think it was well intended, and then
No
we got
doubt.
more information, and we
Yeah.
realized it wasn't for us. Item number 8, Miners Foundry Cultural Center and Parks and Recreation consolidation. City Manager Carrie Wright, would you like to tell us all about this?
Sure. So the city hired a consultant in February, Shalito Training and Consulting, and I've been working with Michael Shalito since I started. And it was really, he was hired to take a look at Miners Foundry and the Parks and Recs Department and look at consolidation, but also kind of review what's going on with both of those departments. So it was really nice to step into the role with knowing that Miners Foundry was a priority project for the city council, and have someone to really be able to work with staff, do an assessment, ask a lot of questions as we were working on some other things. So in your packet is a report. The main recommendation is that consolidation does make sense. Parks and Rec is really a department of one with some part-time staff, and Miners Foundry is a department of two with part-time staff. So it makes sense to consolidate those two as we move forward in kind of a broader umbrella. So we overall agree with the consultant, Mr. Shalito, on his recommendations, but in terms of implementation, it's going to take us a little bit of time because there's resources that are needed to do that. And in reality, we still need to finish transitioning Miners Foundry into the city itself before we can really just merge them with another department. So, we just really took over that property and created that department last year. Then there's been a lot of kind of changes, and so we really haven't finished the things that need to be done in terms of bringing them in-house. There's still, an additional website. They have different emails. They have different AV equipment or computers, or in one case, they don't even have a computer. So we need to really figure those things out first. But the transition will look at things that really optimize efficiency and cost savings. So right now we have 2 websites. We have 2 rental systems. So if you rent through Miners Foundry, it's through a certain platform, and if you do it through Parks and Rec, it's a different platform. And neither of those are necessarily wrong. It's just how they've been doing business. They both have part-time staff, and so being able to draw on each other's part-time staff or treat the pool of part-time staff as one pool of part-time staff, it would be another move that can be made. But again, taking this kind of slowly, working toward it, but it gives us a guide for moving forward. I think any major changes, and it would, some of the recommendations cost money. So I think most of the changes that we would want to make would have to be done through the budget process. What can we afford to do and when? And as we realize maybe some additional revenue or revenue's not tracking where we want it to be, then we need to be making adjustments and decisions based on that. But again, it gives us a guidepost. It gives staff and I something to rally around and say, okay, this is the vision, and then how do we get there step by step? I think the most immediate thing that we need to finish in the transition of the Miners Foundry is a beverage concessionaire and moving the liquor license. So through the process, we were able to understand a little bit more clearly about what that looks like, and issuing an RFP for a beverage concessionaire does make the most sense. And then also understanding there's constraints around the kitchen, we will probably look to have a list of preferred caterers so that when people come in to rent the building, they're not obligated to use a specific caterer, but that there's options that we know work well. The other thing that I think is something that we need to look at doing is utilizing our underutilized properties in the city. And we have a portion of the Miners Foundry that is somewhat underutilized. But we also have 424 Broad Street, which I can't tell you how many phone calls I've gotten about since I've been here. It is a vacant, not house. It does look like a house, but it is not a house. It does not have a kitchen in it. But I think the two immediate steps is the beverage concessionaire and issuing an RFP for city underutilized properties that really does some of what was, I think, originally intended for the cafe space, but not the cafe space, restaurant and beverage concessionaire, kind of treating that front part as a rentable space. And, you know, people can, we've identified that it could make a nice neighborhood market, it can make a nice cafe, there's a couple of things, but there's also some barriers. There's, you know, it needs to be built out, it needs TIs. And so cities do this on the regular. They'll have an RFP that's standard, and then they can add a piece of property as things come up. So that's what we're looking to build. And it won't be all about money, who can give us the most rent. It's also about fit. What are the goals that we can further as council members in the city, that the council members have for the city through this RFP process? And it can be sales tax, but it could also be partnerships. It could also be things that we haven't even thought about yet. So I think a very structured process that brings those ideas to light, where they are scored and we are able to bring the results to council, is something that I would look forward to doing as a first step. And then I'll be working with the department heads as we move forward with the consolidation. So that is the end of my report.
Thank you so much. We're going to take public comment before we come back to the table. Any public comment on this item? Yeah, come on up.
I don't know if this is appropriate for this, but I'm involved in trying to submit one of the proposals for the sound system at the Foundry, and that's been stagnant since November. So I am going to lose the deal that I have on the speakers if I'm the guy who actually gets the contract, and it would save the city about $50,000. And it's not on the agenda today, and that closed on the 30th. So I would really like that to at least be voted on by you all, so that if I get that, I can go ahead and get that installed. That's all I got.
Thank you.
We're in the middle of a public process for that. And it's closed and staff is reviewing, and it's anticipated to come to councils shortly.
Great. Thank you for that. I'm going to bring it back to the table, and I'm going to invite Vice Mayor Peterson to speak. You were part of the transition team when we acquired the Foundry. I know you have a lot of thoughts and
I
ideas
do.
about this.
We all get our treasures as mayor, do we not? And the Foundry came during, and I did communicate with former Councilmember Cece, who's kind of indicated he's done with the Foundry, so he wasn't curious where this was going. First, thank you to the Foundry. Thank you. You know, a lot of this has fallen into a leadership transition void that occurred when we made some moves on the organization. So a lot of stuff that was moving stopped moving. We understood it wasn't moving in a useful direction. So Carrie has come on board and picking it back up, which is good. I know the report was underway. I am okay with the report. I have. I would quibble there's a few places I would quibble, but nothing that I would stop me from saying that, you know, there's some really good thinking here done by someone who I think knows what they're talking about. So the Foundry has been doing its thing, and that's good. And so again, thank you, Lindsay, for that. It's mattered a lot.
All the staff over there.
All the staff, but it's all the staff. You made it work. It is time. So I'm thinking about, you know, as we look and I think about the mayor's ecosystem, and I've thought about this in a number of ways, but we need to begin to do with Park and Rec, and I use fire as a model, but I use it as a model as how we took on something that was a priority in our strategic plan. We focused on it, we figured out how to fund it, and we advanced it. recreation is key to this community. I mean, it is so important to this community, so important to what we do, and especially if you look at this and understand that we'd be putting the trail system there, which is really important, our parks. So we start to look at the entire system of the Foundry and keeping it all together and running it as a unit. In the report, it does call out that the Foundry, he suggested it should not have been an enterprise fund. I might argue with him about that. What we did with the enterprise fund was we shielded the Foundry to make sure its resources stayed with it until we could reach a further decision. That needs to change. It needs to change. I'm fine with that. It's going to take time. One of my favorite lines, and many of you have heard this, we plan, the gods laugh. There's a great plan in there, but we will not know what's going to happen until you start living into it. So I think there's some really great direction for staff. I've spoken to our city manager, and she's right that there's budget work is how you pay for this. This is a big one. It might be that you take parking and stick it in there and then fund it, or you might, on and on. But I think this is the right direction for us. I really do believe this is the right direction for us, is to build out that function in our city of recreation that looks at all of our facilities, not just the Foundry, but how do Siemens Lodge and the pool, which is, operates at only 25% cost recovery. So we can look at this whole thing and begin to balance all of that and really lift up recreation as the valuable component it should be for us, for both socially, quality of life, and economic development. So, excellent. All for
Thank
it.
you. Anyone else?
I'd like to piggyback on one thing you said. The enterprise fund goes away, but we still need, and I talked to you about this, I think briefly, we still need to have a line item or a separate accounting for the Foundry, so we can see, profit and loss outside. Of course, you're going to have it all together, but then you'll have it broken out, obviously, by different departments. But that would be helpful to see, just so we can see what's going on. Yeah, I think that's my main one. The one thing that I'll go down that's a little bit, the word of the day is granular. Granular is that we shouldn't be subsidizing people who come from out of town and use our pool.
Use our
Pool.
Swimming pool.
We're subsidizing our residents, that's one thing, but, people are visiting, they can pay a higher rate, right?
There's some good direction in there.
Yeah, so I agree with that.
And just a note on the enterprise fund, that would come to you as an action through the budget process. And then we can explain how we would keep those things separate so you could do that analysis.
Sure, thanks.
I'm curious about just how it'll all work and how we'll know it's working. As Gary said, you make plans and then see what comes from it. Do we have metrics in mind for a year from now to say this part of the plan is working as we hoped? And
I've done a transition like this before, and you can make all of the right decisions and provide all of the direction, and then there's about 20% of the things you didn't think about. And you can say you'll do it in a year, but really it's a 3-year process. I don't believe it'll be a fully whole, true department and for about 3 years. And I know that sounds like a really long time, but it'll be done in stages. So I would expect, by this time, by budget time, we would have, let me say it this way. By the end of the year, the nonprofit that holds our liquor license would like to be done. So that's the first step and the major step in helping to increase some staff capacity. And then finishing that actual transition into city processes. So, we're aligning contracts. So that was a big project this summer, was what do the Miners Foundries contracts look like, and do they align with city contracts? So we're checking a lot of things that people are not going to see off the list. So I would say a year from now that there's a much better working relationship between the department heads. There's some symmetry and plans around what's being consolidated, but we're still in the messy part.
Yeah.
That would be my...
When you're talking about like the greater employee pool of all of it together, I had an image of bunch of lifeguards bartending, and that was exciting.
Hey, it could happen.
So Don and Lindsay,
Yeah.
is
Are
it,
here.
they're here, they're the greatest. Hello? They're staying where they are.
Yes.
Okay, and you're overseeing for now.
Yes.
And then they will arm wrestle or something to see which one is the dominant
They
force.
both have, you know, their areas, and then we will, again, talk through how that works, what needs to be. There's some recommendations in there, but I think it's about working more closely together. And
Cool.
they're physically apart right now, so there's some talk about how they could be
Closer offices and
close,
stuff.
yeah.
You two get along?
No, we don't like each other.
See, yeah, this is doomed.
There will be no arm wrestling. There will be no establishment of dominant forces. Okay, Michaela?
Thank you, Carrie. This feels like an exciting step forward. The merger appears to position Nevada City to better serve our residents and also safeguard the Miners Foundry, which is important, and we all just really appreciate that asset. And since the city acquired the Miners Foundry very recently, the restructuring makes a lot of sense, you know, to make sure that it's run efficiently with limiting the burdens put on staff. You know, how can we run efficiently together? The Miners Foundry property has frontage Deer Creek property. That's a city asset. That's an asset in terms of recreation that I would like to see developed more, to see how, you know, can we access that part of Deer Creek and enjoy this beautiful water feature running right through the center of town. So I look forward to supporting staff through this multi-year effort and look forward to hearing updates regarding how it's going.
Thank you. I do have a specific question. Some time ago, before the transition of leadership and city staff, we jumped the gun and ran an RFI process, and we had a bunch of folks who generously came in and shared their ideas about businesses that could go into that front space and how they could imagine utilizing it. I know you talked about creating a process for underutilized buildings or city properties. Can you just say a little more explicitly to those people what they can expect?
Yeah, so a request for information is kind of a catch-all. So a lot of times you do a request for qualifications, and then from that pool, you would do an RFP, and only those people that are qualified can respond to the RFP. So this would be a request for proposals. So hopefully they can if they're interested still, they can dust off what they've done and format it into the requirements that we're looking for, which are things like, you know, what is the vision? What is your business experience? What, you know, background? Is there any community benefits, particularly if they're not offering rent? You know, so what are the investments you're willing to make in the property? Just kind of outlining all of those things, and then we'll have a matrix so they'll know how they're being judged. So they can say, oh, okay, the city's very interested in X. Because if we were just going for rent, it would be fairly easily, like, who wants to give us the most rent for those spaces? But I think we're looking for the right fit and the right partnership. So that's a little bit, rent is lovely and we'll take it, but also what works best for us, and that scoring rubric will be public and part of the RFP so they know what we're looking for.
I appreciate you approaching it that way, that money's not everything, that it's about fit and relationships. Do we have any idea? I know you're working on a lot of things, and I appreciate that you got this to us on this agenda. Do we have a sort of timeline for that?
My goal is the end of the month, but I would say the first week of September.
Oh, wow.
So
Okay.
I've already been kind of working on them. We have some templates, we have some work done. We just need to polish them up. And we have some other RFPs that need to be scored and brought to council.
Yep.
So
I know that there are some folks that have been watching patiently for that process to continue. And so I want to thank those folks for their patience as we go through these steps and make sure that we're doing all the right things. All right, I am looking for a motion to accept the report.
I so move.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Sortland and a second by Councilmember Klein. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Sortland?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes. All right, fantastic. Thank you.
Great piece of work there, Carrie. And also thank you for really bringing that professional view to the RFP process and the other, the processes that you're cleaning up and formalizing. It's such a benefit. And
We even have a template now.
I know you have
Hey, hey.
How can we
Love
be
me a
existed
template.
without all these templates?
Okay, we're going to go on. Number 9, a resolution 2026-26, a resolution approving Amendment 1 to Memorandum of Understanding, otherwise known as MOU, regarding delegation of the Permanent Local Housing Allocation, also known as PLHA, plan with the County of Nevada, the City of Grass Valley, and the City of Nevada City. Jessica, welcome back, and you brought somebody with you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, council members. Jessica Hankins, City Planner, and I brought with me Angela Masker. She is a senior analyst with the Housing Department at Nevada County. So, yep.
Welcome.
Angela assists with, and I think you supervise this program, or you might speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, so this program is, it's funds allocated by the state that is administered by the Housing and Community Services Department at the county. So I work with our team, our fiscal team and our department to administer those funds on your behalf.
Excellent. Yes, so tonight council is being asked to approve an amendment to the existing MOU that we have between the county, the City of Grass Valley, and Nevada City for these funds, permanent local housing allocation funds. The amendment is needed because the county is updating its PLHA plan. The underlying regional partnership and overall housing objectives remain in place. So this fund, you may be familiar with it because we utilized it under a competitive PLHA grant application to fund Cashin's Field in large part. It provides funds to cities and counties for eligible housing activities. Under the PLHA plan that we have, the MOU with the county with, we have an additional $470,000 that's allocated to us for the remainder of the PLHA term. So what we've done, rather than us administering these funds, which takes a lot of time, obviously, and expertise, Nevada City participates in this regional approach with the county, which reduces our workload and maintains city participation still in how the funds are used. So we still do have a say in how the funds are used, even though the county is administering it. So pooling our resources also really helps us to maximize the impact of these dollars. I do want to note the amendment will not fundamentally change anything in what we're trying to accomplish here. We'll continue supporting affordable rental housing, owner-occupied housing, and homelessness-related activities. The primary change is how grant requests are categorized, including a required allocation toward owner-occupied housing. So staff is recommending approval of Resolution 2026-26 and Amendment 1 to the MOU so the regional partnership can continue under the updated plan and the county can continue to administer the funds consistent with the updated plan. That concludes my presentation.
Excellent. Thank you. We're going to go to public comment. Any public comment on this? All right, not seeing any. Back to the table. Thoughts, comments, questions?
A question, but I think in looking at this, partly it's about bundling the funding together so you can actually do one large project and rotate those around. That's what I'm looking at. Looks like it's how it's worked, which makes sense. And certainly with staff time and everything else, it seems to make sense. I guess I would just be curious about the $470,000. Does that automatically come back to us? Does it go to somebody else? Does it rotate around? How would that work?
Yeah, I would like to give one clarification. So this cycle of PLHA was a 5-year cycle of funds beginning in 2019 and allocated through 2023. So 3 of those years have already been obligated and committed and spent on projects. And some of those successes are Cashin's Field. And we are now under construction on Lone Oak 2 in Penn Valley on 31 units of senior housing. And we have collaborated with Habitat for Humanity as well to build 4 homes are under construction and 1 is completed. So those are some of the successes from the first 3 years. Under this 5-year cycle, we do still have 2 years of allocation that have not been spent. We've applied for them, we've got a standard agreement, but we haven't drawn down those funds yet. So those are the 2 years that we still have left to talk about and collaborate on and what projects those are going to go to.
Thank you.
So for clarification, there is a NOFA that's done, and then all of the cities and the counties participate in the judging of that NOFA on housing projects?
You mean on the collaboration of our projects here? So how it works is, yeah, we typically put out an RFP. And under that RFP, we have those respondents. And when we get those proposals, we reach out to folks in both Grass Valley and Nevada City to sit on that committee to select a proposal.
Councilmember Swartland?
Well, clearly the Cashin's Field project was a success, and so the PLHA collaboration appears to be a proven model. So I appreciate learning more about it and hearing the presentation. I do have a question regarding, so these funds, it's 5 years worth of the funding that will be, how do we move forward with using the funds that are allotted to us in this 5-year period of time?
Yeah, so 3 years have already been obligated and spent on those projects that I mentioned, and those remaining 2 years, we will be drawing down funds soon. I mentioned that we have the standard agreements, and we're working on that plan amendment so that we can draw down those funds. And once we have them in hand, that's when we can put out an RFP under the 5-year plan that was developed for, which specifies housing development and homelessness services. We can put out that RFP, and then we can collaborate on the proposals that are available.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for explaining that. I have no further comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Klein?
Thanks for being here. Thank you to you and your staff for all the work.
Excellent.
I echo Adam's comments.
Thanks,
I appreciate you guys. And we know how this works, and we benefited from it. Hopefully we'll benefit from it again.
Yeah, thank you for being here, Angela. Thank you, Jessica. I'm looking for a motion to adopt Resolution 2026-26 of the City Council of the City of Nevada City, California, approving Amendment 1 to the July 20th, 2020 Memorandum of Understanding between the County of Nevada, City of Grass Valley, and City of Nevada City pertaining to the regional application for and administration of the Permanent Local Housing Allocations, PLHA, and authorize the city manager or designee to take all appropriate and necessary actions to carry out the purpose and intent of the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
All right,
Nice
we've
work,
got
Mayor.
a motion by Councilmember Klein and a second by Vice Mayor Peterson. Can I get a roll call, Amber, please?
Councilmember Thornton?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yep.
Vice Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes, thank you both again.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, number 10.
Finally, here we
Rock and
are.
roll.
Ordinance of the City Council amending sections 5.06.050 and 9.22 of the City of Nevada City Municipal Code relating to cannabis business tax imposed and cannabis dispensaries and other cannabis businesses and activities. Carrie, what have we got here?
Well, we're going to bring up the presentation, and while we're doing this, I will try, this will be kind of a short presentation because I think the process has been so long to get it updated. As a reminder, it came out of the Economic and Community Development Committee And they asked us to forward it to council for adoption. So just as a reminder of where it came from, a quick timeline. This ordinance and changes and discussion happened over 4 different economic and community development committee meetings with stakeholder discussions in between. In April and May, we brought the item to that committee again for discussion. And I will tell you, it's one of my first and kind of missed the mark on what you guys wanted. So it was directed in May to make several revisions, which we have done. And so here we're today for the first reading of the ordinance, and then we have to do a second, which can be on consent. And then finally, I just want to note that this has been a long time coming, and so much has changed over the time that it's been reviewed that I want people to understand that I believe this to be a very, there'll be ongoing changes. You know, we're tweaking a lot of different levers here, and we don't know exactly the outcome of all of them. We need to watch this closely, and as things don't work for the business community or they don't work for the city, we need to be taking a look at them and changing them and not having it take you know, an excess amount of time to do that. So I think that that's kind of my commitment is we get this one under our belt, and then if there's changes or tweaks that need to be done or state regulations change or what have you, we can bring simple changes back as we do with any ordinance. It does take 2 readings to do that, but I wanted to make that clear. The proposed revisions, so there was a lot of discussion at the committee meetings around, you know, cutting the excise tax in half or, you know, different fractions that I won't go into, but that really does impact the city's revenue sources. And so we did a couple of different things. One, the committee talked about eliminating the tax for medical marijuana, and we're able to do that through, this was a voter initiative, but we are able to do this through council action. We are reserving the right to bump it back up if need be for, this is about a $20,000 hit to our fund. So there's not a huge amount of medical cannabis being sold. So if that skyrockets, then we'll want to take a look at that, which is fine. That's part of the process. But we want to be able to, for health reasons, other reasons, it was an argument, I think, that the committee council members thought made sense. The other thing that we did that was not asked of us, but you did during your adoption of fees, is renewal fees for cannabis were cut in half. So that is another, I just want to mention that as something else that we've done. The Municipal Code Chapter 9.22, the main focus is adding temporary cannabis events without a restricted number of permits per year. And again, that was the conversation. Do we have a restriction on the number of events? Do we not? Add non-storefront retail businesses without a restricted number of permits per year. Now, I will tell you, non-storefront, you have to have an existing cannabis permit within the city to be eligible for non-storefront retail businesses, but we're not capping those at this time. And we don't cap the other, like manufacturing and the other ones outside of dispensaries. It allows for a licensed storefront retailer to activate an on-site consumption lounge. It's tied to that storefront retailer, so any storefront retailer, which we have one, would be able to have an on-site consumption lounge if they got the permit for it. And then we did some general administrative updates and cleanup language, things like that. I will tell you, we made one error that we've identified, which I think is a bit of an issue. In the requirements for events, we did ask them all to have a business license, which we do for any special event, as well as we wanted them to have a Nevada City cannabis permit. But because we had used our allotment of the word cannabis in our ordinance, we apparently forgot to put the word cannabis in there. So the thinking around that requirement was that we would want people that have businesses here to be able to be the beneficiaries of doing the events, or partnering with someone that would do the event with them. So that was the thought behind that. So I just wanted to note that we've missed the word. We can add it back in between now and the next reading of the ordinance so that it's complete, or you might hear that there's people that want us to take out the entire sentence, which is also up to you as well. So the recommended action is to introduce the ordinance to the City Council amending the section. Oh, I'm pulling a chief. Introduce ordinance of the City Council amending section 5.06, which is the tax, and the chapter 9.22, which is kind of the overall thing. I will tell you that this isn't the end of the conversation because there's an operational component to this. We will have the municipal code in place, but this becomes a part of our special events process where fees would be attached to those things, and that's not in here to be approved. So we as staff need to develop that piece and then amend the fee schedule. So we're in the background working on those things in terms of, and I think the special events application probably process needs an overhaul anyway, but I don't want to hold up everything to do that. So we'll just try and kind of couple the cannabis with special event process and how, business licenses, vendor permits, and make sure that all of those work so that we cannot hold this up any longer. So that is in a nutshell what we've done over the past, I think you mentioned almost 2 years.
Yeah, thank you for that. We're going to open it up to public comment on this item.
Elizabeth?
Oh, sorry. Daniel, so sorry. If you'll give us a moment, we're going to go by card. And then we'll open it up broader.
I'm Elizabeth Peters, Sanctuary Farms. I have been following this process and attending meetings, and I'm really happy to see it coming to the council, so thank you. We, Sanctuary Farms, have a distribution and manufacturing facility here in Nevada City with a shared use license on the manufacturing facility. We're on the very last step before we're able to open our doors. Plugging in all of our cameras and ready for the police department to come and take a look. So our vision for this facility is for it to be a hub for local cannabis businesses, to create opportunities and a network of connections for local businesses to have access to various resources for building success. I just would like to voice strong support for the items being presented today, with our attention specifically on the non-storefront retail licenses. This license type would allow, for us, it allows for booth sales at statewide licensed cannabis events. So often sales are lost by simply needing to use a separate retailer. And this extra step for consumers is a deterrent. And so the license also allows for a presence at events outside of Nevada County, which brings tax dollars back to Nevada City as the business registered here. So that's exciting. And it also allows for local businesses to expand, support local cannabis businesses, and hire for the local workforce. So we really support the language that all Nevada City cannabis businesses have the ability to apply for this license type. And so removing those limiting the specific number of licenses is great. So that each business has the same opportunities that we're seeking, allowing for growth and relationship building within our community and our industry. Additionally, we support allowing the cannabis events here in our town. Again, really excited about removing those restricting the specific numbers. It's important. It's an important piece for our local businesses. The excitement that these events create draws people from other areas in the state here to enjoy events with a range of purposes, from education symposiums to music events and everything in between. These events give folks a chance to discover our local cannabis businesses and what we have to offer, and in turn feed the other local businesses in the area, such as hotels, restaurants, and shops, with patronage that and exposure from people that may not otherwise be in our area. So we as small cannabis businesses, and I believe that in Nevada County, we're kind of all considered small comparatively with others in the state. We need to support.
Elizabeth, I'm so sorry. That's time.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
3 minutes. Thank you so
Thank you all.
much.
I appreciate the process.
Yes.
Thank you.
Monica?
Hello, Monica.
Daniel. Hi, and thank you, everyone. My name is Monica Center, and I am a co-founder of the Cannabis Alliance and a former board member. And I'm an advocate for creating a solid local cannabis economy, among other things. I want to thank you, Nevada City Council, for continuing to be the regional trailblazer in supporting the cannabis economy. Cannabis is a unique offering that fits so well with the Nevada City culture and vision. Now I'd like to just make some comments about what's in the proposal, specifically focusing on the 4 event per year cap. And I just want to highlight that it only serves to stifle otherwise heavily regulated business. I support staying in alignment with the Department of Cannabis Control and leveraging the other event permit controls that you already have in place today. Ultimately, cannabis is a local product that crosses with so many other parts of our economy, from wellness to farmers markets and non-alcoholic music events. These events bring communities together and attract others to visit. I also wanted to add just a few comments for you to consider from the perspective of someone who would be applying for such a permit or attempting to hold one of these events. Define the criteria the city will use to approve venues other than a county fair or district agriculture association event. This way producers can plan with some predictability rather than cycling through the permit process, amend this, et cetera. Clarify whether the city too intends to prioritize or streamline review for events featuring regional Nevada County-based cultivators, given that the state distribution rules already impose a cost disadvantage on cultivation-only farms relative to micro businesses, licensed or vertically integrated operators.
Sorry, go ahead.
Finally, confirm the expected timeline and process for special events permit review relative to the 60-day DCC filing deadline, so applicants can sequence local and state approvals without risking a late DCC filing. Finally, I want to take a stand in support of our local farmers specifically. They work very hard in a market that undervalues what they bring. By launching regional events, we can finally showcase the fine cannabis that is grown right here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monica.
And Diana?
Daniel, would you like to come up first? Sure. Yeah. Sorry, Amber. Okay.
Good catch, Mayor. Good catch.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Daniel Batchelor, co-owner and operator of Elevation here in Nevada City. 8 years ago, Elevation was granted the opportunity to provide clean, safe, and regulated cannabis to medical patients. And since then, we've had over 150,000 people come and visit our store and purchase that product. It was a big win for patients then, and tonight medical patients are getting another win with the proposed 4% drop in taxes. Thank you for doing this. Elevation is really looking forward to being able to offer a consumption lounge for our patrons to consume product on site. We feel it'll help create more tax revenue for the city and also support our local Seven Hills businesses when our consumers need a cure for their munchies and cottonmouth. Overall, this is a win for everyone, but most importantly, the patients who are the forefront of this whole movement. I appreciate your support and continued support. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
And speaking on behalf of the Cannabis Alliance, can I have 5 minutes? I don't plan on taking all of it.
Yes, that works.
All right. Good evening, Council. My name is Diana Gamzon. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance. Since 2016, our nonprofit trade association has represented the licensed cannabis industry in Nevada County through policy and educational initiatives. The proposed cannabis ordinance before you tonight is directly in alignment with the goals of the Nevada City Strategic Plan for Economic Development, Business Growth, and Tourism. The strategic plan specifically identifies business and cannabis support as a priority and recognizes cannabis tourism as an opportunity. Additionally, the plan calls out city to support tourism as a funding stream, expand the tax base, and cultivate the unique mix of businesses that make Nevada City a destination. The language before you this evening is the tool in place that will make the goals of the strategic plan a reality. The proposed cannabis ordinance gives our cannabis businesses the opportunity to expand and collaborate with other local businesses, all while attracting visitors and locals to Nevada City. A consumption lounge in Nevada City's Seven Hills District will serve as a destination business that draws new visitors and increases foot traffic to an area with significant potential for economic growth. These visitors are also likely to spend money at nearby restaurants and shops. The lounge will generate local tax revenue and provide a distinct destination that will strengthen Seven Hills as a vibrant arts district. It would also provide adults with safe, legal, and a regulated place to consume cannabis rather than relying on private homes or public locations. Just as importantly, it creates a welcoming social environment where people can gather, connect, and experience cannabis responsibly as part of Nevada City's broader hospitality culture. For this item, Daniel and I met with Amy Arani from Environmental Health to discuss regulatory requirements for airflow. We also met with Lynn with the Nevada City Chamber to talk about economic growth and partnership opportunities in Seven Hills, and Chief of Police Dan Foss, who has engaged in this process and has written a letter of support. We support the consumption lounge language as it is written today. Within the proposed ordinance, there is language to allow Nevada City businesses the ability to apply for non-storefront retail licenses. This is particularly exciting as it would allow Nevada City businesses the ability to expand their operations and sell directly to consumers, either through a traditional delivery method or by selling directly at licensed cannabis events throughout the state. This can allow the businesses to grow while generating local tax revenue for the city, and we support the language as it is presented. Cannabis events represents a real economic development opportunity for the city. Nevada County sees more than $300 million in annual visitor spending, and licensed cannabis events can bring in new visitors who spend money on lodging, restaurants, and retail. This means increased sales tax, cannabis tax, and TOT tax revenue will strengthen Nevada City as a tourism destination. We have two amendments to the events language within the proposed ordinance. The first one is to remove the, okay, so actually, Carrie, thank you for, that's a little different than what we talked about. So this is new to me, what's just happening. So let me respond to this. What's written in
Wait, I'm sorry.
the item that Carrie mentioned, this is new, so forgive my
Got it.
going off the cuff here with this, wasn't in my plan statement. So in the ordinance, it currently states that to apply for a cannabis event, you would need a local business permit, which we objected to. And when Courtney and I spoke today, basically the recommendation was whatever somebody who applies for an events license in the city should apply to a cannabis applicant applying for a license. So if anybody applying for an event, if they need a business permit, then that should apply to cannabis too. But if somebody who is applying for a regular event license is not need a business permit, not needed. We definitely object to a cannabis business permit being required for an applicant. And the reason is because an individual, such as Monica, who just came up here, who may be interested in applying for a cannabis event, does not hold a local business permit, cannabis business permit in Nevada City. And there's other examples like that, so that we object to. We would like that entire sentence struck. So that would be the First Amendment. The second one, I used up a bunch of my time. We are requesting for the ordinance to maintain alignment with the Department of Cannabis regulations, which recently were updated related to the duration of cannabis events, and this provides greater flexibility and opportunities for innovation within our community here. So, and I have talked to staff about this as well, so they should be prepared to comment on it. But alignment with state regulations for the duration of the event. And I'm gonna request like 30 more seconds. A licensed cannabis event is highly regulated by both the DCC and the city. The local control component is very important, as your council will see every application for a cannabis event and will approve the duration of the event, the location of the event, and the activities that will occur at the event. So we support the language in the ordinance and request those two amendments. And then in support of the medical cannabis patients, the Cannabis Alliance is recommending the elimination of the 4% excise tax. This will help support accessibility and affordability of cannabis to patients using cannabis for medical purposes, and will also attract new patients to Nevada City, thus increasing our local sales tax base. Jurisdictions throughout the state of California have chosen to eliminate the excise tax for medical patients, including the city of Berkeley. So tonight, we support the ordinance as written with those two amendments. The approval of this ordinance will ensure the goals set by your council within the strategic plan are realized. The ordinance also honors the cannabis culture that has been woven into Nevada City's story and history for decades, all while supporting local businesses and strengthens our economy. Thank you to staff for all of your hard work coming into this at the 11th, late in the game as we've been working on this. So I know it was a lot to get caught up to speed. So thank you for all of your hard work, and to Mayor Fernandez and Council Member Klein for your service on the Economic Development Committee, and thank you for consideration of these updates.
Thank you, Diana. Okay, Councilmember Klein, can we start? Shall we get this started?
Sure.
Since we worked on this for
A long
good deal of time.
A long time.
We like to work on things for a really long time.
Yeah. Meeting, often it's Diana speaking for the Cannabis Alliance, speaking for the businesses, and also talking to the chief to see if he's got any concerns. And I think that we've made this sort of thing has come to the council a lot in the past several years, and I think the reason we're so open to what the Cannabis Alliance brings up is that we haven't seen red flags pop up. We haven't heard from people who don't like changes that are being made. Everything seems to be supporting the businesses, which I think is what we're trying to do here with it all anyway, and with the chief's support, knowing that law enforcement's not concerned about it. So this is the latest version of that.
Absolutely. And to piggyback on that, cannabis you guys have been great to the city. You've been great partners. Unfortunately, we weren't able to put everything in this, and I'm sorry for that. There are a multitude of reasons for that, but we did what we could right now, and I think it's a good step. I think they're good steps, and super supportive steps. Monica, I wanted to say to you, unlimited events. So unlimited events. Great. That's what we're doing. Great. I also, this has been a long process, and we've gone back and forth on some things. I want to recommend that we support the two amendments. I'm always going to err on the side of being in compliance with state regulations. We're doing that across the board. We're doing that in the housing element. We have to be in compliance with state regulations. So I do support those two amendments in the local cannabis event language. And then also striking the sentence for cannabis permit. That line, I personally support those. So I'd love to hear from my colleagues. Any comments, questions, concerns?
After you. Okay. So for first, process. I got to talk about the process a little bit. So the way this was developed and through the committee structure, just a ton of work was done that was not visible to three of us. right? Until it gets all the way downstream. It's not like, I guess we got to check in May and I missed something there, but, we get to check in May. But so a lot of this, when we come to it, is really, for me, this has been the first time I've really got my head down in it and looked at it. I think it's important. Believe me, I support it. I support the process, and I don't want to interfere with the process because I know this is one of those things like short-term rentals. It spent a decade, no, not a decade in committee, but an enormous amount of time in committee. A lot of work was done to bring it to this point, and I am reluctant to interfere with those processes because I know the quality of work that my colleagues do in soliciting community input. So with that said, and I am good with that, including the amendments, I have a big concern. I do have a big concern, and I think we should think about this. We're issuing a number of unlimited retail licenses for people who can retail at fairs and stuff. Makes all sense to me. Prior to this, and this was really hard for me to read the first ordinance, then the ordinance, and then figure out the changes that were made. I am not okay with the elimination of Section 2 of cannabis retail dispensaries. That language was changed. It said originally that the council, after 1 year of having a retail dispensary, could evaluate the situation and approve up to 2 more. What got me to this was the connection of a consumption lounge with a retail space, meaning you could only have one retail space. You could have a retail space, had to have a retail space to have a consumption lounge. And now we have limited it to 1. I appreciate everything Elevation has done for this community. I am acutely aware. I'm one of the budget guys here. I know how much you're worth to us. I am not interested in killing the golden goose, but I don't think we know what market saturation looks like. And it feels to me like we're tying the council's hands in creating a competitive market or looking at other options. And I think about that mostly around consumption. Because if I take the consumption lounge model, and heaven forbid a guy who hasn't had a drink in 40 years, but I apply it to the bar model, is people pick and choose where it is they want to drink. If you have 1, they might just go to 1. But it came to me because what I'm seeing, and I don't know how this would work, but I'm seeing one permit for consumption, and that locks up everything. It does in the way this is written, that you can only have, you have to be a retail storefront to have a consumption. The language was changed to allow only 1 retail.
Oh, I didn't see that.
It got scrubbed out. That's what I'm talking about, because it did leave it open for us to make other choices, and that's.
I thought that delivery is storefront.
Well, okay, hold on, please. It was changed. I don't know how it got there. As I said, this is what I got because I haven't seen it. But what I found is it was taken out. And I found that today by going back and reading the old ordinance that allowed for 2 more at the council's discretion after 1 year and a report from the council. But we no longer have that discretion now, and it limits it to a single retail outlet. And I'm just not, I don't feel comfortable as a council being constrained that way. I think it limits opportunities. I understand why that would be desirable, I really do, but I think that it needs to be more open. With that said, I acknowledge the work that's been done here. I do not want to use this to stop this from moving forward tonight, but I would want to, I assume as we live into this very complex change, that it's going to have to be evaluated and understood, and I would expect reports back from our highly capable city manager to let us know how it's going. And I would want to know in the next 6 months to a year what our options should be for offering other retail fronts. That's where I am, because I just think it's too limiting, and we don't know, and we've done really well. And thank you, absolutely thank you. You run a quality operation. You know, I look at the general fund, the 10% of the general fund just about that, you know, comes from your operations and the cannabis operations. But this is something I think that we need to give some serious consideration to. That's
All
what I
right.
have.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I was under the impression, and maybe Diana can clarify this, that delivery services would allow people to have, I guess that's not true. No, never mind. I guess
You don't
that's
get a
right.
consumption
No, you
allowance
don't,
with
you
a
don't, you don't.
delivery.
You're right, you're right. Well, then I would say, you know, I appreciate your point. You know, we have a dynamic, you know, cannabis community in the county. We have North San Juan coming on, we got Auburn coming on, we got the county, you know, reducing their tax base to 2.5. So there's a lot of, you know, and I'm not just supporting Daniel because I know him or because it's Elevation, but this is the golden goose. It has done us well. I think there's something we need to do to protect it in a certain sense. Now, that doesn't prevent us from years from now from looking at the market and saying, hey, do we need other, you know, things? I don't want our hands to be tied. You know, I certainly don't. But at this point, you know, I don't see, and if it, you know, I mean, if you're saying that we need another, you know, dispensary or retail storefront so we can do more consumption lounges, let's look at consumption lounges and how successful they are.
Well, and let's look at the market and determine if there is demand for more retail. We don't know. These are things we don't know. That's why I'm not pushing it.
Fair enough.
Sure.
Fair enough.
Sure. And we can have that conversation down the road. I think, you know, something that Carrie said earlier was that we should engage with this document more. This should be a living document. As needs change, as the industry changes, this shouldn't be an every 2-year thing, perhaps. We should revisit it annually. And so I think there's opportunity for that, and I
That's what I'm
appreciate
looking
you.
for.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Hi, I support the ordinance. It really feels like a win-win, hearing a lot of really good feedback from the community. I appreciate the economic development aspects, potentially more tax revenue. I know that we're reducing the 4% excise tax for medical marijuana, which feels like certainly a win for the community that's using it for medical purposes, absolutely. And I appreciate Diana Gamzon's point that even though that may be a reduction, $20,000 annually for the city income, it could also be an opportunity for more income if we're attracting those consumers. So I support it, and I would also support an annual review so we can see how it's doing and assess community needs.
Great, and thank you for bringing that piece up about medical. I also wanted to say, in terms of like an annual review, Daniel, I think there's an amazing opportunity here, and I imagine you're already thinking about these things, to engage in outreach and partnerships to, you know, veterans groups and hospice of the foothills and, you know, cancer support groups, to really get that out there so that people can benefit from it. And I'd love in a year if you came back and gave us a sort of report or audit on how that's worked out for you guys. If you had some data, that would be really helpful so that we can continue to be in conversation about it and so that we can just understand the impacts. Yeah.
Just two things. The taking out the line of needing a Nevada City cannabis permit, that was staff trying to protect the current businesses. If that is not wanted, I totally get that. I will say and push back that staff does not support the 30-day permit because it is brand new and they don't know how that will be used. And then we have to write an implementation plan and procedures around that. So I have to think about, okay, are we going to charge differently for a 1-day event, a 1 to 4-day event, a 1 to 30-day event? And then also, if that event's going to be downtown in a shop, what does that do for permit and planning department. So that is a little bit more of an extensive, I think, program, and I'd like to see what the state's gonna recommend on how those things are implemented. So as staff, I don't agree with that at this juncture. And again, we could be 6 months down the road and we're like, oh, well, duh, that's really easy and no problem. And we update the ordinance from 4 days to 30 days. So just say that out loud as we move forward.
Sure. I'd love to hear from y'all. Does that seem reasonable to keep it at what it was and see how the state rolls things out to better understand the jump?
Yeah,
And even more so, if I'm a storefront retailer, I don't want a 30-day pop-up out there retailing in another building without having to go through the same processes. 'Cause
And it's also
that's what I hear when I hear the 30 days.
It's also,
Approval.
yeah, we'd have to approve it, but still, it's also, you know, if people, you have like a bunch of people doing 30-day pop-ups, you know, you might as well call them dispensaries, right?
We will have to be in compliance with state regulation at some point.
And we'd still approve it. I think the 6-month window makes sense. I mean, I hear you asking to see what the clarity is going to be around that, which makes sense to me without committing, without understanding what we're committing to.
Agreed.
With
Do
an
other
ability
folks
to
agree
do-
with that? Agreed.
We'll adjust, we can adjust.
We can adjust later, right? Of course.
Yes.
All right, no
Great.
problem.
And can you tell me a little bit more, flesh out a little bit the line that was being asked to
Yeah,
strike?
so I have it here, basically under temporary cannabis events, there's 4 things that you need to have: a cannabis event organizer license from the Department of Cannabis Control, so they already have to get a permit there. A temporary cannabis event license from the Department of Cannabis Control. And then we had added a Nevada City cannabis business permit, again, thinking that if we're gonna have people from the outside coming in, we want them to be partnering with our current business owners. So that was the thought process. And then a Nevada City business license, which is usually required for anything that you do in the city. And you know, that will be part of the event process and the fees that we bring back to you once this is approved.
I would just, so like all the vendors at Victorian Christmas get to get a business license.
They have to get a vendor license because we created something for it. So again, we have a little bit, right.
Boundary.
So
process.
there is a special event license for the farmer's market, which is charged once, and then there's vendor licenses for, and it's charged once a year, $25. Frankly, I'm not even sure it's worth the admin of tracking all of that down. So that's some of the event stuff that we have to do, and we kind of just have this merging, so we need to be very thoughtful. You're approving every single special event right now, and I don't know that you necessarily want to be doing that in the future if we have a lot of huge events. If there's a process and a procedure that can default to.
Well, I know who's getting married.
We like to see everything come in front of council.
All right, well, those staff reports are going to get shorter and shorter. But I also don't necessarily, if we're having a ton of events, then you have to look at each one and who do you deny? And it's like, oh, there's too many, and then we don't have a cap. And so I would like to just put some guide rails around that for the beginning part.
And if I might, Mayor, it's just
Yes,
like,
please.
the one thing I just want to say, because, the insider baseball thing, yes, it's an ordinance. Give me 3 votes at 90 days and we can change anything. This is dynamic. We can change this anytime we need to change it. And that's what I'm hearing is that we're entering a phase where we're going to figure this out and adjust as we go.
Yes.
Which is what we have to do.
Maybe annually, we'll have a.
Perhaps.
So then, of those qualifications, taking out the Nevada City, right now it says business permit, but it should say Nevada City cannabis business permit. Taking that line out, I mean, that's fine.
But that allows somebody to come from outside and do an event without partnering with somebody inside Nevada City.
Or with a license.
I'd like to hear from Diana.
I'm happy to speak to that. Again, perfect example from the public commenter earlier. Does not live in Nevada City, does not have a cannabis events, or does not have a cannabis business here in Nevada City, doesn't have a cannabis business, would like to host an event, what would be a potential applicant? The language like that would restrict that type of a situation. For cannabis events, this is just for the applicant. For cannabis events, there must be a licensed retailer, there must be licensed distributors, there must be licensed manufacturers or whomever who's participating. We live in a very small community here. Our cannabis industry is very tight-knit here. And so I am absolutely not concerned about this in the least. And if there was somebody from out of area who did come here to participate in an event, they would be working in coordination with our local industry. We're not a large city center, like large, where someone's going to say, oh yeah, we want to do an event in, Sacramento or Stockton or wherever because it's such a large market. This is a very small community. Not concerned about this item.
Okay. Thoughts, comments?
That makes sense.
Do you guys agree?
I think even given the, I think you guys have the power to say yes or no, to show up. You're gonna investigate.
For the events,
Where you
yeah.
come from? I'm coming from Sacramento. Are
Nevada City
you
Music
working with the local farm? No, only then it's no.
Yeah.
I think you guys hold the power. I don't think it
That's a
should
good
be a
point.
worry.
That's a good point.
of,
Yeah.
any-
That was my question too. If every event is coming in front of the council, then you guys have the power to ask them.
At least for now.
Who are the local businesses that you are
Yeah.
partnering with in order
Yeah.
to make this
That's a
happen?
great
I mean, we have an example
Yeah.
that happened, a year ago. Someone came in and said, I want to do the Nevada City Music Festival. Great. Have you talked to the chamber? No. Do you know any Nevada City musicians? No. Where do you live? Sacramento. Right? So that's a good point. I would like to move forward with that amendment, with that part struck, and then we're going to keep the other thing, not amend the 4-day limit, with a 6-month check-in.
Great.
Does that work for folks? Yes. Everybody? Okay. So I am looking for,
Nancy?
it's Dean's actually here.
Dean's
They're
not
both
here.
Is Nancy here?
Nancy's
Yeah,
here.
but she's not gonna read here. let
Okay,
me
no,
just read it.
so, I would like a motion,
Do you want me to read it?
yeah, my recommended action
Okay.
is different.
Introduce ordinance of the City Council amending Section 5.06.050 and Chapter 9.22 of the City of Nevada City's Municipal Code relating to cannabis business tax imposed in cannabis dispensaries and other cannabis businesses and activities.
Hey, hi, everybody. It's Dean.
Hi.
Sorry. I just need a little more clarification as to, I've listened to the whole conversation. So if we are to amend this now before the second read, I want a clarification on what we are amending, what we are doing.
Great. Carrie's
enough.
going to give that to us.
So,
We don't have to mention it now.
so with the amendment to remove the line, a Nevada City business permit under the temporary cannabis events section of the redlined ordinance.
So if that's the only change
Yes.
to the proposed ordinance, then the motion should be to approve the ordinance, or approve the first reading with staff's, with council's amendments for the second reading, so.
Can I get a amen?
Yeah, amen. So approved.
So moved.
So moved.
So approved. Done.
Good.
Can I get a second?
It's late.
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Amber, can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Thortland?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes. Yay, we did it. Thank you, Cannabis Alliance. Thank you, Sanctuary Farms. Thank you, Elevation, for being such good partners on this.
Carrie, you
All
have
right.
2 minutes to give us a city manager.
So I'm looking for any future agenda items from my colleagues.
Nothing right now.
Nope. Okay, and city manager's report.
Just that at midnight tonight, the dark sky photo competition ends. So if there's anyone
Go on
that
tonight.
is wanting to submit in the last hours, which is usually when it happens, you still have a few hours getting those meteor shower shots from last night and hopefully tonight and getting it submitted. So we would love for that to happen. And that's it.
So we-
Great, and
even if
so-
we don't have, even if we're not certified dark sky, we can still have photos?
We sure can.
Sure can.
So I just want to say, yeah, did you have something to say?
Move to adjourn, but
Oh,
go
just
ahead.
before we do that, I just want to thank staff. I know that you've taken on a lot of big projects in the last month. So thank you for everything. And I'd love a motion.
So move, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
I'm sorry.
All those in favor?
Hey.
It's 9:29.
Wow.
You guys.